All right, everybody, how you guys doing? Can you hear me? Good morning. How's the mic? Can you guys see the charts here? I can see them on my YouTube screen, so you should be able to see the charts. You should be able to see my mouse. You should be able to see the drawing tools. You should be able to see the light. All right, let's go ahead and we'll catch up here in a moment. Quickly, we got an alert for copper at 8:42. It's now 8:52. Let's go ahead and check copper. All right, so copper is going to be closing right up in here. I don't mind. So you can see here, copper 2500 volume chart. Why this is going to alert us on 1100 is a little perplexing. Let's go ahead and check that out. 2500 volume. Okay, so let's do this, guys. Let's check the actual settings here for the copper alert. It's on 2300. But it's alerting us before that, which is interesting, but it's probably the other copper chart. Let's check this one. See what that does. Volume alerts. That's also on 2300. Interesting. All right. Well, in any case, we'll figure all that stuff out. Copper still has a ways to go here, so I'm assuming we will get another alert when it's time. Oh, that's an alert error. I see. Alert error. 500 volume. Okay. I don't believe we have a 500 volume copper chart. Oh, yes, we do. Okay. I've now fixed that. I understand what the error was. The alert was set to 2300 on the 500 chart, and that's an error. Okay, so now we're going to clear the log. Boom. And we are ready to rock. There we go. So Lily has a little bit of a cold today, guys. So I let her sleep in, and that's life. We have a nanny coming this weekend that we'll interview, and that's going to be amazing. And then I'll go rent. When it comes to renting an office here in Hako or an apartment, I'm just going to go get another apartment. And that one will definitely have a nice ocean view for us. I'm on the beach, but I got a jungle right in front of me, so I can't see the beach. So it'd be nice to see the beach. So that'll be nice. And then the domestic issues can stay at home and the trading can just be in the office, which is going to be awesome. All right. So let's wait and see what we've got here. Guys, you can throw any questions in the chat. If you watched the end of day analysis from yesterday and took notes, what I was talking about is that, I expected a lot of choppiness here today because of what we were seeing on the charts. And so far that has been the case. Let's go ahead and look at ultra bonds because we've now gotten an alert. And let's make sure that the time, there we go. That's exactly how we want it. And let's see what ultra bonds are doing. So for those of you who paid attention to the analysis last night, you recall that ultra bonds was one of the only ones I liked from a pattern perspective. Here it is, daily, flash, resistance into the weekly extension. And I said last night, for those of you who would be, awake and watching this, I said, watch for ultra bonds to push above these highs. I said this in the end of day analysis, and then watch for it to start reversing. That's where you want to short. So if you did that, you're in a nice trade right now. Congratulations. So this analysis works, guys. There's no reason why everybody shouldn't be making money every single month using VolPro Edge. Morning, Todd. Morning, Supreme. Supreme, I got your email. All good, man. Welcome to the Discord. And yeah, it's cool. All right. So basically, that was out of all the major futures markets, ultra bonds was the one that had a pattern with VolPro Edge. And there you go, right? Pretty cool. So now we're just going to wait for more alerts. There's Nasdaq. Guys, the theme for the month of June is hold and add. So we're going to be holding our trades. We already know we're very, very good at finding the right trades, right? VolPro Edge works. Now it's all about maximizing that edge. So holding on to positions and adding to our winners and not wanting to take, you know, small amounts off the table. Okay. That's what I'm going to be working on. I understand for those of you that are eager to get your first payout, you see $300 or $400 in front of you, you want to take it. I get it, but you're going to be better off when you let things run, right? Yeah, you'll give back 200 here, 300 here, break even here, minus 300 here. But when you catch that winner that goes and you add, it'll be like, oh, wow, there's $10,000. And it takes a lot of $300 winners to get to $10,000 that you can get in one trade when you hold and you add. Is that making sense to you guys? Because it makes sense to me. All right, I put in those top step payout requests last night. That's awesome. I'm waiting for them to take the money out of the account, and then we will take that remaining 9 grand for a spin, trading what I'm doing here on stream, and we will hold and we will add, and I will do the same with my Tradeifys. And then once I get my office and get settled again, I'll start to get more aggressive with my live accounts. Traded those more conservatively this month because of all the new baby and all that. I knew my focus wouldn't be 100%. And when that happens, you want to take less risk. So how's the mic volume, guys? Is it good? I've got it on a stand, a very official plastic Tupperware stand. So it's closer to my mouth until I can get the boom arm all squared away. So here's the Nasdaq. It's going to close momentarily. And the question is, do we like... So let's go ahead, and we don't want the tail wagging the dog, so we'll just use the higher time period. So here's Nasdaq bleeding a little bit lower. It was the Russell 2000s pattern that made me think that perhaps Nasdaq and ES would try to bleed a little bit lower. So that's why I changed my stance during the analysis video. I changed my stance from neutral to slightly bullish to just full on neutral, right? So you see how that develops because you can get clues from other markets. So you could see what the Russell was doing, and then you could see that likely the ES and NQ would be under pressure a little bit as well. So right now, the NASDAQ is kind of, you know, it's a choppy trend run down, but by VolPro Edge definitions, we are trending down here. We've had several failed congestion entrance attempts to the upside, meaning we just keep heading down, right? Now we're getting a little bit of a pocket. Is that something I would want to short? My answer is no. Because number one, you do have lower highs and lower lows, and you are closing below the middle of the envelope, but you're right into support right here, right? You see these dots? I know there are some people who stop by that don't know anything about VolPro Edge. These dynamic market levels, DMLs, when they're underneath us, they are still support, and you don't want to go short into support. That kind of rhymes, even though I didn't mean it to rhyme, okay? So we will wait. And then the question is, we're in support. Do I want to go long? Not really, because if I was going to go long, I'd want to be closer to the low of the day. And right now, look at the range for the day, guys. The high of the day is this white line. The low of the day is that white line, okay? So right now, we've only put in less than 200 points of the NASDAQ. The average daily range is probably, you know, 500 points, 600 points. So if I'm going to look for a reversal, I want the range expansion to be more so I can have a chance at a nice runner back the other way because there's already an established range for the day. Okay. So I hope that makes sense. Catching up on comments here. So the NASDAQ, I'm not going to short that even though it's trending down and has a little bit of a pattern. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to check something here. All right. All right. So catching up on chats. Yeah, oregano oil is good. I think we have some of that. My wife is kind of into that stuff, which is cool. Thanks, Todd. Gold long bit green bar. Yeah, maybe I'll check. I'm just going off of my alerts here. But you know, I'll check. Let's see. Thank you. I appreciate that, Todd. Yeah, please guys, like it, all that stuff. Look, I haven't been able to really get into the YouTube side lately because I've been still figuring out how to make VolPro Edge as awesome for you guys that are here as I can possibly make it. And so far we have people doing very, very well and others on their way. And now that that's kind of getting settled, the streaming is getting settled, the subscribership on YouTube is going to go through the roof the next couple months as I start posting highlight videos of, hey, look, I held, I added, and I made 10 grand today. Okay. And then, you know, a few more days go by. It's like, hey, look, I held, I added, I made another 10 grand. So there's not many people covering all the futures markets, holding, adding, using VolPro Edge. So it's going to be awesome. And I'm so happy you guys are here from the beginning. We're going to have you know, one day we might do a retreat in Costa Rica on the house. You know, maybe I'll fly out all the diehard VolPro Edgers to Costa Rica and we'll do a retreat one day. That would be cool. Let's see. Hold, add, full port. Exactly, Andreas. No, that's what it's going to be, man. I'm at a point now where I've seen too many. I'm so good at picking entries. Not me. It's VolPro Edge, but you know, all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying it from a, oh, look at me. It's just that VolPro Edge gives us an amazing ability to pick the right spots to get in at the right times. We take losses, obviously, but you know, I got to hold way longer and I got to add way more. So I'm really working on that human nature impulse where, you know, I'm staring, you know, 2 grand in the face or $1,500 in the face. I'm like, yeah, you know, if I do that, you know, 15, 20, 25 times a month, that's great. I make good money. But man, when you hold and it's like you're in the trade, it's really working. Fucking hold and add, right? Like, why would we not do that? But you got to fight that human impulse to close the trade early. Now, we're still using, you know, we want to use logic and say, okay, well, is the chart telling me to close? Fine, as long as it's not the emotion. And I'm going to err on the side of letting them run too much and adding too much rather than being, you know, the opposite. So that's what I'm working on, guys. Closer is better. Yeah, I got to get a boom arm. I mean, I'm here. Sometimes I'm here. Sometimes I'm here. I mean, so we'll figure it out. If anybody has a Shura mic, you can send it to Costa Rica. That'd be awesome. I can't find one here. Those are the ones that are really good. This mic's supposed to be good, but it fucking sucks. Let's see. Let's see. I'm catching up on comments. Morning, Cam. Andreas, what do you mean? Meaning we not going to stay here? Tell me what you mean. I'm just trying to understand because I rant and then I catch up on chats. Yeah, the YouTube algo. Well, also our algorithms are going to know what to do. So our algorithms are going to be fucking sick. And I'm really excited about that. So, all right, we got an alert on crude. Nasdaq here. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with that. Let's look at crude. I don't want to. Guys, if I'm mouthing off, morning, JT. Good to have you here. Morning, Ralph. When I'm mouthing off and explaining and teaching, if I miss an alert, can someone put in the chat, Andy, we just got alerted for, you know, whatever, check it. Because I really don't want to miss any signals for myself or for you guys. All right, so let's go to crude. So crude, you know, you tag the low a day there. It's not a bad reversal signal to the upside here on crude, but again, you know, look how far away I am from the low of day here. You know, I'm a good 70 ticks away. That's not really something I'm interested in taking up there. So I'll let crude do its thing. We're looking for really good reversal signals that give us a chance to have some legs the other way so we can hold and we can add. And then we're also looking to jump on well-established trends that we think have the potential to run further so we can hold and we can add. That's the focus of the live streams here. That's the focus of my own trading right now. You know, with VolPro Edge, you can become an expert at, you know, congestion, range-bound trading. You can do momentum trading with congestion exit. You can do different kinds of reversal trading. You can do trend trading, probably more kinds of trading that I'm not thinking of right now. But right now, I'm focusing on reversals and trends. That's what I'm focusing on. So Andreas, you said the range. If the range is narrow, we move out of it eventually, so we got to get active. Exactly. I'm waiting for range expansion. Exactly. The rest is just chop. I don't want to get involved. You know, when you get involved in chop, you know, you get chopped up and spit out, and it's not fun. So the alert settings, Andreas, they're just, you know, in the chart. I'll show you here. They are here. So like you go to your volume on the intraday chart for Sierra, you go to your volume and you use this code equals SG1 greater equals, and then you put the amount of contracts you want to be alerted at. And then you just set that to alert 1, enabled, reset, and apply. So for crude, you see we have a 10,000 volume chart. So I have it alert me at 9,400 contracts. So I can go there and I can have time to assess if I'm getting a good signal for my reversals I'm looking for, or for hopping on a trend. And then that way we can stay out of all the other crap, right? So yeah, that's the way we're doing it. We want to stay out of the crap. You know, like, to be honest, just watching the Nasdaq every day is not smart. And that's why we're not going to do it. We're going to participate in the Nasdaq or any other stream or any other symbol, you know, that looks really good, but let's just go get the cream of the crop. Well, this is where the algos are going, Andreas. I mean, the algos are going to cover everything VolPro Edge, and you can just plug them in and use them. Even if you don't want to use them for algo trading, you can use them, you know, for alerts. So believe me, you know, my mind right now is the algo. So imagine Jonas he's got a lot on his plate. He's working on the algos. He's trying to get NinjaTrader going. So the next step is to make it, because I want to run the algos. I'm going to be probably better than my algos if I'm watching, but at night when I'm asleep, I can't be better than my algos because I'm unconscious, right? I'm sleeping. I'm in the void. So then I want the algos for me to run during Asia and London. And then if they perform, I'm going to trade live on stream like this, and I'm going to have my algos running on another instance. And every day I'm going to compare my performance against my algos. And if my algos are kicking my butt, then I'm just going to run them all day and go surfing, right? But I think I'm going to still be better than the algo. I think ultimately a discretionary trader with a huge edge like we have is going to make way more money than even the best algo. And the reason for that is that I can see things the algo can't, just based on experience, you know, human emotion. And so I can see if I'm in a winner on silver and I'm holding and adding and holding and adding, I mean, I might make, you know, $30,000 on that trade, and the algo might make $10,000. Still good, right? I open that, Ralph, when you go to, you mean the volume? You just go to studies, and then it's there, volume settings, and then you go to alerts. Is that what you're asking about, Ralph? Yeah. I just move it so it doesn't clutter the charts. I don't think so, Andreas. I don't think AI is going to replace it, because if the market is all, even AI, I mean, I just, maybe one day, I mean, never say never, but we're nowhere near close. The markets are too big. They're too complex. There's too many variables. And there's just an enormous amount of human fear and greed built into the markets. And, you know, AI can't know the collective consciousness of all the traders trading yet. Maybe one day, but in my opinion, put it this way, we've got plenty of time to get really, really, really rich. And that's the goal, right? And, you know, for me, just like you guys, I'm not a materialist guy. I have everything I need in terms of anything I want to buy right now, I can buy. You know, I can't buy a jet, but I don't even want a fucking jet. But, you know, everything else, I live in a nice place. I got clothes on my back. I can surf. So, you know, why do I want to make more? Just because it's the game. It's fun, right? And plus, it's nice to leave a little something to the kids, right? So we got plenty of time for all that. All right, we got an alert on silver. So let's just, I'm gonna train you guys while we do this, because you guys who are here, this is like just gonna be the best education you can get every single day. You know, in addition to having, you got VolPro Edge on your charts and all that. Silver right here. You see our alert came in at 3,400 contracts. It's a 3,600 contract chart. What do we see? Do we want to do anything here on silver? Look at the daily, look at the weekly, look at the higher time period volume. Are we interested in this right now? And you recall yesterday's end of day analysis that I posted last night. The end of day analysis said, what do we expect today? We expect a lot of chop and a lot of crap, right? Because of all those outside bars and everything else. So by knowing that, we come into the day with an extreme advantage, right? Be aware there's going to be a lot of chop. Don't get involved. Wait for the setups. If they don't come today, they'll come on Monday. If they don't come on Monday, they'll come on Tuesday. You just got to be patient, right? I think one of the problems is, let's check these charts. So silver is choppy. Obviously, you got a little pocket here. Do I want to short, silver here? No, because I'm not really interested in the range strategy. Silver could go from here to here. I mean, hell, it could even go down here. I don't have a crystal ball, but congestion is this, right? So probabilistically, it'll stay like this. I'm not interested in going from here to here. I'm interested in going from here to here and holding and adding. So let's look at gold and then heating oil and natural gas. So gold, at least we've got a little bit of range expansion. Let's make a note of that. Mental note, write it down. Gold, we're at least expanding. Now on gold, I don't have a daily directional bias. Why? Well, because we've got a pocket short and a pocket long. When you've got opposing pockets, be careful, right? So when this closes here, I'm not going to do anything. We're in the middle of the range. We're not reversing off the highs or the lows. Yeah, we were trending here, but now we're breaking that trend. I don't want to participate. Heating oil. Heating oil, we've got a little bit of range expansion here. You could, let's see if there's a little fear in this market today heading into Friday, heading into the close, end of the month, if heating oil starts to really break down through this support on the weekly, right? Yeah, I mean, you could see a huge range expansion today down to the weekly extension. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could happen. And if it does happen, then this chart is going to start trending. And then I'm going to patiently wait for a pullback to get short. And then I'm going to hold and I'm going to add like this. But right here, it's not trending yet, right? So I'm going to wait. And do I want to take a reversal to the upside here? Absolutely not. It might head up, but look at the daily. You slammed through right here, the old trend support low, and you broke the extension, right, on big volume. Boom. I'm not looking for longs in heating oil. So let's look at natural gas. That's a nice little pullback exhaust right there. I'm not going to take it, but I like that short right there on natural gas. But it's not according to my process right now. And I don't want to get distracted on natural gas when then my process, my setup can come any moment on any market, right? And plus, natural gas might go up. We're in the middle of the range. I just think that looks like it's probably going to go down. You're right at the true average for the day. The day pulled back here. Same thing with nat gas. You broke all that. So it's bearish right now, right? So let's see. We just got alerted on copper. Okay, that's the real alert. The other one was an error. Yeah, so there's copper. I think copper's pretty weak right now. So this is a little flash pattern coming out of this could be a short here on copper. I mean, let's watch it. Because I think copper could potentially run to the downside. But you see, copper, we don't want it to go too far. It's like, come on. So we're up. There's your flash. You're coming out of the high a day. Whoop. Hit the mic. Wonderful. And that's gasoline. We can wait. Probably going to be like heating oil and nat gas. So you can see coming out of that high a day up there, you're already reversing on the lower time period here. So with this here on copper, what I would do, I wouldn't chase it down here, but I do like, this resistance level now up in here, right? Because I would be expecting copper to maybe go like this, break the low a day and keep going. So now we have a plan for copper, right? If this tries to give us a punch back up like that, we have a nice pocket. We look good. We short on one contract, you know, with a stop just back here. If we take that loss, we take that loss. But if it works and we're, you know, it's one of the, you know, probabilistic trades that works, and then it starts dropping, we hold, we add. We hold, we add. We hold, we add. So that's what we're looking for. I sounded like a rapper there, right? We hold, we add. We hold and we add. That's what we're doing. All right, so yeah, gasoline, I don't want to do anything here. So let's just keep our focus on copper. And while we're focusing on copper, we don't want to miss any other alerts, okay? I've got copper up on my DOM for Tradeify. No, sorry, yeah, Tradeivate on Tradeify on Tradeivate. And thank God Tradeivate is in the Stone Ages and you can't do brackets on their copy traders, because that would just be way too difficult for a multi-billion-dollar fucking company to program. It's unbelievable. It just makes no sense whatsoever. So, and then yesterday, you know, I lost $400 on each account or something because I had a stop in that I forgot about, because you can't put brackets. So I'm putting individual orders, forgot to cancel them. I mean, oh gosh. All right, so let's wait for copper here. I like copper. And I like copper from where we're at right now with the market. I think the market's, you know, I think it's going to be a choppy day. So there's your flash on the higher time period copper, right? And we should have a lot of resistance here up into 4.7050 if this is valid. So where's 4.7050 on the lower time period? It's right up in here. So let's see if this wants to go up, give us a nice pocket, and then we get short potentially. I'm waiting for the closes, because otherwise you just jump in and out too much and it gets a little bit crazy. I got to get a massage this weekend. My neck hurts. Oh. The only problem is here in Costa Rica, when you want like a real massage, like actually because your neck hurts, it's here when you go walking down the street, they're offering you massages, but it's not that kind of massage. All right, so we're waiting for copper here. Now, how do you guys feel about copper? I'm just looking at the higher time period charts here for copper as well. That's good. She can play in her little playroom. She likes it. Yeah, so, I mean, we've got the middle of the weekly envelope and the true average on the weekly chart. So underneath us, the monthly is in a pocket, but it still is pretty shocking. The monthly hasn't been able to drive price higher off that pocket. So I don't know. I think copper is going to be choppy today. I think I mean, if we get a good short up in here, I really don't feel, I feel like there's a good probability it should at least explore down back to the daily lows, maybe a little lower. If whether or not it really goes remains to be seen. It could just reverse back, but at least you've got some range expansion here. You can see the copper daily range is at least decent, right? So it's not a bad situation here on copper. And that's also, guys, what I'm working on as well. It's just Zest for Living HG. Yeah, HG is copper. What's up, Jose? Good morning, man. Welcome. Zest for Living tough right now because it's pulled by metals and exactly. Yeah. Yeah, copper kind of gets stuck between them, you know, let's say what's happening to gold, but also copper is an industrial metal, so you know, it can get weighed down by Nasdaq. But I do think about those things for sure. But right now, I'm just looking at the charts thinking this could be a good opportunity to short some copper potentially if it confirms. And yeah, one of my mottos too for June is okay, hold and add. And also, like VolPro Edge is so good. I mean, look at what Rafa's doing. He's using his EMA system with the VolPro Edge DMLs, and he just trusts the system every day. And I love it. I mean, Rafa's even inspiring to me, the way he just trusts. And I'm like, okay, if I hold and add and just, you know, very, very process focused, you know, the amount of money we all can make is pretty astronomical. So let's just do that, right? There's a sea of money out there. It's just an ocean of money. The market is so big. This market would not blink an eye if there were 100 of us in this live stream every day and we all took the same trades, and at the end of the year, you know, we all made an enormous amount of money. It wouldn't even be a pebble in the market. So that's exciting. That means we have opportunities, lots of them. All right, we're not getting any signals so far. The reason for that is because you know, we're seeing tight ranges, not a lot of volume. The signals are based on volume. So that's good. You can also notice if there's activity in the market, which is what we want, the pace of the signals of the alerts will increase. And then, you know, it's kind of like the ticker tape. You know that there's a lot going on. Today is a day after these big outside bar days yesterday. You're going to have a lot of tight ranges, a lot of false signals, and a lot of people who don't know that are going to have a tough day, right? So we're here waiting to short copper because right now that's a good market to go short. Up in here, I'm not chasing it down here because where does my stop have to be on copper? Well, it's certainly got to be above, you know, up in here somewhere. So if it just runs, it runs. And this is the thing, like sometimes, you know, I can't control what the market does, but oftentimes that signal there, that bar will close right there. And then when that bar closes there, it'll be that bar that's closing with that bar. Great. Congestion entrance down. You're breaking key DMLs. Bang, we're in. We're short. Stop is up here, you know, and now we're holding and waiting to add. But since this got shot down here, if it doesn't pop, it's going without us. So does that make sense to you guys? And the best part is just to not like that feeling of, oh my gosh, I want to be in the market. It's going without me. Just breathe. And just, this is what's great about having so many symbols to flip through all day. You don't have to get anxiety about missing a trade. We've got 22 markets, I think, up here. Count them, something like that. They're going to be trades, and we can just wait for the good ones. Even in feeder cattle, like we did yesterday. First live stream ever to take a feeder cattle trade on air. I mean, that's awesome. I can't really claim that, but it's got to be true. There's no way anybody's ever taken a feeder cattle trade on YouTube before. And if they have, I'd love them to reach out so we could collaborate on that. All right, so you can see we're trying to bounce 218 contracts. You guys can always see where we're at. 218, this is a 500 contract chart, so we're about halfway there, right? And we're not getting any other signals so far. You guys got any questions that making sense to you? Yeah, zest for living. I mean, definitely. I think a lot of stuff is going to be under pressure today, including the metals, just because of what we saw yesterday. There's a lot of uncertainty right now. I mean, gold probably is going to be, I don't have a sell signal for gold. I think silver is going to be more range bound, but copper looks pretty good to me. I think platinum I haven't looked at platinum yet since the end of day analysis, but okay, so platinum's getting smoked. That's good. We might, you know, when platinum trends, when platinum goes, platinum can go. So we may have an opportunity. This is a beautiful trend on platinum. So when we get alerted on platinum, we may start looking to short because platinum could head down to 1048 today, down to this extension for sure. So platinum is going to be a good market to maybe take some risk. Copper, I'm still waiting. We just got an alert on crude. Crude, I'm going to wait. But that should be, why is that at 10,000 on crude? Oh, that's right, because crude's about 100,000. Yeah, okay. We're not doing anything on crude there. Let's go. So platinum, definitely zest for life. You know, I came into the day saying, hey, I don't know, it's the middle, but now I see what's it doing. Well, look at the weekly chart here. Once we break through that true average, we could see a big drop in platinum, especially because it's had a big move to the upside, right? So let's see if we can't get in on some platinum, on some pullbacks. If copper keeps dropping without us, we'll just miss our entry opportunity. That's okay. We'll flop it over to platinum. You guys feeling good? You like this? I like it. Oh, nice, JP. I love it too, man. Jose, are you JP in Discord? Or are you Adrian JP? Because we got two JPs, but with different Discord names. I always forget who's who. Sorry, guys. I got a little bit of a migraine this morning. I haven't taken anything for it because I always try and give the body a chance to, you know, get rid of it first. And then if it doesn't, then I'll go take a Tylenol or something. Adrian. Okay, cool. Yeah, because we got Adrian JP and then we got JP. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, drink a ton of water. Exactly. I think this is like 1.5 liters. I'm just pounding it. I know the coffee is not helping, but you know, I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, so without coffee, that would be a no go. All right, so we're waiting for, and then the question is with copper, you know, like if this gives us a little pocket, an itty bitty pocket down here, would we want to take that? I don't know. I mean, I really would like it up here, but this thing may just go. So I'd have to consider that. We're going to get a close on copper here shortly. I suppose if we had more of, like, this is not making lower lows yet. It's kind of making lower highs, but I would like it up here. And copper can be finicky. For those of you who have traded copper before, I've traded quite a bit of copper. I mean, copper can just do this, and that's what I would want, and then I would get short. So I'm just waiting for something like that. If I don't get it, I don't get it. Let's look. We got alerts for ES, soybeans, and the Dow. So ES, I mean, that's a pretty nice, I think this is going down here. The market just opened. That's probably a pullback pattern there. You got a flash on the lower time period. So I'm not trading the open, but if I was, I would look to be probably shorting here. For those of you that are scalping the open. But you do have some support down here at 5,900, so be careful. All right, let's look at soybeans. No signal for me on ES. Soybeans, look at that range. So can you imagine you're a soybean expert and you just want to sit here and trade soybeans all day? No thanks. Let's trade range expansion. Let's look at the Dow. See, we're getting more pings now because the market just opened. So we got the Dow and we've got cattle and feeder cattle. Thank goodness, because feeder cattle is my new favorite market. I'm just kidding. So here's the Dow. Nothing, no range expansion. Live cattle trending up, but let's wait and see what happens. Feeder cattle. We tried our hat at a couple of shorts on feeder cattle. You can see here on feeder cattle, that's a pretty good jump up there. I mean, I don't really have anything on the weekly, so if we got up to 304 on feeder cattle, like if we rocketed up there, I could look to short up in there. So I'll wait on feeder cattle. Yeah, you got that daily DML there, but look, you broke all that. So let's look at the Russell. Got to get rid of a lot of these lower time periods. We only want to use the lower time period when we're thinking about a trade. So yeah, the Russell there looks pretty darn weak. That's what I said coming into this last night in the end of day analysis. Let's get back to copper. So look, there goes copper trying to push higher. Let's try to keep an eye on copper. Platinum should be giving us an alert here shortly. All right, so platinum's going to alert us on 3,700 contracts, and I think platinum's going to keep going down. So the thing is, this may just trend down. So to jump on board platinum, because it looks weak, we've broken a lot here. There might be a pullback, but at the same time, it might just be heading straight down, which means we'd have to get pullbacks, micro pullbacks here. You see how? Look, guys, this is in the trend trading playbook. When you have a strong trending market to the downside like this, you just wait for, opportunities to get short up into the lower time period congestion resistance level. Boom, right here. Boom. I mean, this closed down here, but still right in there. And now we just be waiting for the next, retracement like this to maybe get short some platinum. But I would like a pullback on the higher time period. You just don't know if you're going to get it. So we just got an alert for cattle again. So cattle, I mean, you got some weekly resistance up there for sure. So got a nice gap up. I'm not feeling compelled to mess with cattle right this second. You got a strong weekly pocket you're going against support. So let's look at soybean oil. Very choppy range, just like soybeans. We can ignore that. Let's go back to copper. So there you see copper now trying to dump, but you just, you got it. It's like it's risk management, You got to get in wherever your stop should be. You got to get in at a point where that risk makes sense. If I know my stop on copper needs to be up here, I just can't get in down here. As much as I think it might drop, I've got to wait for the right entry. Oh yeah. Then the headache's getting better, Zest. CL dragging copper down. Yeah, CL and copper. I mean, crude will be still a little bit of some range expansion, but I'll wait on crude. Let's look at natural gas. Pretty choppy here. It's kind of what I thought. Remember, I said, hey, that's an exhaust. I think it'll probably push down. But look, that's like, if you want to scalp what I'm saying, go for it, right? Like, I mean, there's a lot of good scalps. I don't want to do that right now. Let's go back to copper. So, look, copper is still, you could get, copper loves to play with your emotions. You could get something like this, and then I still would short that because then it could be the opportunity to jump on. So we're going to keep an eye on copper and see what it gives, right? We just got an alert on hogs. Very tight range here. Look at hogs. No thanks. But the daily looks like hogs could dump for sure. Back down here. Coming out of that exhaust, rolling over. You got lots of DMLs. That's nice resistance there on hogs. So, if hogs wanted to expand the range a little bit, try to push higher, and then I could look for a reversal on hogs, later. Yeah, so there's what I was talking about on ES, that drop, because that pulled back. You could see the flash there. So, good for trading the open if that's what you want to do. Let's go ahead and get back to platinum. I would hope that this weekly true average here, right there, is right where we're at. I'm really hoping that it could cause we'll get an alert here on platinum in a second. I would love to see a bit of a bounce here on the higher time period. That would be great, but we'll just have to see. Let's watch platinum because it's going to trigger here in a moment. Keep an eye on copper. There's copper. Let me know if you guys got any questions or if you're seeing anything you like. I'm looking forward to the tide chart shifting because high tide lately in Hako is right around when I have to do the end of day analysis. So I actually haven't been surfing in quite a while. So I can't wait to surf. I got like limited time, so I got to choose. Do I take a long walk or do I go in bad surf because it's not high tide? So is that the Michigan number, Zest? Probably right. So here's, I'm going to change my DOM to platinum. We're in the July contract, PLN. Because if this was to punch back up here, I mean, I'd probably have to short it because I do think we're going to keep expanding that low of day. So there's live cattle and feeder cattle. So live cattle pushing higher, that's fine. Feeder cattle, not interested in right now. Corn's chopping around. Those of you in the Discord, as you know, I expect a very good swing trading opportunity for June for corn and wheat. I might just put on long positions on those at the start of the month and then not look at them until the end of the month. So I'll let you know if I do that, depending on where we close today. But those monthly patterns that we've been talking about in the end of day analysis videos for corn and wheat look like we're going to have a nice push up in June. So might as well have those making money for us working on the side while we're doing this. All right, so there's platinum. Kind of waiting for a pullback. You're getting a micro pullback here on the 800. And I just have to ask myself, you know, based on this trend run down, I mean, if I'm going to jump in on this trend run, honestly, I would prefer to jump in closer to the middle of the envelope. You see how it pulls back to the middle of the envelope, gets shot down, pulls back, gets here, middle of the envelope, shot down. So I want something more up here. And if that means, you know, if it just goes like that, okay, what are you going to do? Like, I got to pick my spots. So platinum, I'm definitely eager to get short and jump on this trend and pyramid the heck out of it because I think platinum could go a lot lower today. You know, and then while everybody else is, you know, messing around with the Nasdaq, hopefully we made a lot of money holding and adding to platinum or copper. Copper could give us a pullback. Let's wait and see. Soybean meal gave us a signal, but I don't see anything here I want to mess with. Soybean meal hasn't been too clear on the higher time periods, which is why I already know I don't really want to do much. Like platinum is breaking. It's had a huge run, right? Look at that weekly bar on platinum here. It's now breaking through a lot of daily support. I mean, platinum looks like a good candidate to really, you know, get on board this trend. So we're going to close here in platinum in a couple hundred contracts. We'll just keep an eye on it while we wait for other markets. I mean, look on the higher time period here, the volume chart, when platinum gets going, you see like when it was really trending up on those days, like here, you see like that. I mean, when it goes, it just goes. And it doesn't even come back to the middle of the envelope. So I'm kind of waiting. I think we should have the opportunity to get a little bit of a bounce to get short. But you know what they say, elevator up, no, escalator up, elevator down. So that could be the case. Yeah, platinum can rip. I mean, imagine these are the kind of moves we want, guys. Just imagine getting on platinum somewhere in here. And then you're just not scared. You're like, no, I'm holding, I'm adding. And at the end of the day, you just look at your balance and you're like, okay, that was a good day. Doesn't take many of those to make an amazing month. So now we're getting, you look, we came back to the middle of the lower time period there, the envelope. And this may just continue to drop, but I'd have a decision here. Like, okay, take a short here and just stop it here and risk a little bit. But that's kind of, it's not like my process is I want something on the higher time period. So on platinum here, you know, I would want, like, that's a good pullback right there, because at that point you're already making lower highs, you're trending, right? You're making lower lows. There's your pullback to the middle of the envelope, right? You got that resistance there, that DML, the VolPro reaction resistance is above you. That's where you want to short, right? So let's look at live cattle again. No range expansion. Copper still sitting here. Platinum, we're waiting. So you just don't know. It'd be nice if platinum here, I mean, something like that, get short, and then hold. I mean, I feel strongly that platinum's going down the rest of the day. So it's just a matter of finding a good entry and managing the risk. Copper, we're just waiting for a push back up here. See if we get it. And you can see not many alerts right now, right? Very quiet day. That's what we expected. So let me just grab a Tylenol real quick, you guys, after I check bonds. See what bonds are doing. Yeah, so bonds, those of you who watch the end of day analysis, I already talked about this, but I'll talk about it again. We said that there's your flash. You're into the weekly extension. I told you guys, bonds loves to take out a high and then reverse down. So I brought up this 20,000 volume chart. I said, watch this level. I said, watch that trend resistance high. Watch for bonds to take it out and then reverse back into the range. That's where you want to short. And if you did that, right now you're looking good on bonds. So, you know, I didn't trade it because I knew this would happen in London and I would be sound asleep. And this is where the algos are going to be very, very nice. Because on this one, microphone. On this one, this would have been a really good algo. I talked about this in the end of day analysis, and you never want to say like, oh, I knew this was going to happen, but I was pretty confident based on all my experience in bonds. It loves to just punch up like that. So speaking of algos, I would just run this and go, okay, look, if we get a pocket, you know, up here, and, you know, as long as we haven't gone too high, right? So I would set a zone. I would say like, okay, you know, my zone of resistance here. If we get a pocket in that zone, right? Just short at market, put a stop above the reaction high, and then just let it go. And then that can do that, you know, while I'm sound asleep, which would be fantastic. So that's where I'm going with that. But good call. Let's look at wheat. Not really much range there. I think they're just getting ready for June. We're gonna have some good longing in wheat and corn for June. Let's go back to platinum. There you go, breaking down nicely. So it may be that we got to get in at the middle of the lower time period envelope. That's just, you know, we'll see. Copper. So we'll just stay focused on platinum. I mean, I think we got a long ways to go on platinum. I think we could go down to 48. Right now we're at 59. So Platinum is leaving, the train is leaving the station. Believe me, I'd love to jump on the train, but you know, I would say it's got to at least come back here to the true average. That could be a good spot to watch if you get a bounce back up to 66, 67. But you can see the analysis works. So as long as the analysis continually works, you will get your entry spots, and then you will hold and you will add. And that's how you make the money. Look at the Russell. We got an alert here. Higher time period Russell. I mean, I'm definitely down to short the Russell today if it tries to retest high a day and gives a good reversal signal up there. So we'll just be on the lookout for the Russell there. Let's look at hogs. Hogs, I don't mind shorting if we push up higher, but it's got to do a little bit of range expansion right now. This is garbage. Look at this. Last couple days in hogs. Don't get involved in that. The good news is we can see it. Don't get involved in it. Let's go back to copper. We're still waiting to potentially short a nice pop in copper. We're waiting to short a nice pop in platinum. We've got good directional bias. Gold is also dropping nicely. Gold I wasn't sure about. Zest for life. You had a good sell signal across all the metals. Nice. They're dropping. So it looks like it just could be one of those like sell everything days, right? Because we have indices dropping. We have gold dropping. I mean, everything's dropping, right? Bonds are dropping. So it could be a sell everything day. And those can be good days. So let's see. Silver's dropping. But again, I want to wait for trends to begin, or I want to look for good reversals, because that's where we get the opportunity to get in before the train has left the station. And if you get in before the train has left the station, you can hold and you can add. And I'm going to get a VolPro Edge mug, you know, that says hold and add. And then for those of you who, you know, send screenshots of your account balance showing that you held and you added, I'll send you a mug. So then you can be part of the hold and add club. What do you guys think about that? Does it sound fun? Sounds kind of fun to me. So here is hogs again. I don't know why. No, I already checked hogs. That was live cattle now. So yeah, you know, a little flash there, cattle, but look, no range expansion. I don't need to short cattle up here. Copper is just kind of leaking lower. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're headed back down to at least the low a day here. So just got to try to find a good place to jump on board, just like platinum. I think if I had to choose between copper and platinum, I would do platinum because the trend is just, you know, intact here. We're breaking the weekly true average, which is what I said, you know, once that breaks. So now I'm more willing to short a pullback on the lower time period. So look at the Dow. I mean, look at this. Imagine trading the Dow right now. No thanks. You know, platinum, this is, you just got to use your analysis, guys, and just don't have like FOMO, right? Like, look, imagine platinum, you know, you see it dropping here and you're like, oh man, I got to get in. You're like, your FOMO just can't take it anymore. You're like, I'm short. And then this happens. And you're like, oh man, that's where I want to get short. Well, that's what I'm waiting for. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But that's what I need from a risk management perspective. So let's see if the platinum gods can cause a little bit of a bounce, you know, that we could short into. That would be beautiful. And then add. And then add. That's what we want. Let me see if Top Step took the money out of my XFAs for my payout, because I'll trade those too. Yeah. Top Step's quick. They took it out. Wow, that's awesome. I put in those payout requests last night. Top Step has already taken the money out of the account. I can trade them. I love Top Step. So let's go ahead and look at platinum, PLN. So I'm going to load platinum on my XFAs, guys. And if we get the nice bounce, I will copy trade my 3 Top Step XFAs. I'll risk, you know, whatever it is, a few $100 and see if I can hold an ad, right? And I'll do it on Tradeify as well. Oh, I said I was going to go get an Advil, right? Or a Tylenol or something, but I actually didn't do that yet. And I just felt my head pounding. Okay, so we got a Nasdaq is dropping nicely. So we could have a big trend down day on the Nasdaq, but let's wait for a pullback. So that was NQ. Heating oil starting to trend down. Let's wait for a pullback. Guys, this looks like it's going to be a sell everything day. Gasoline. Let it get into a trend. Feeder cattle. No range expansion. Let's look at silver. It needs to get into a trend. So right now with gold, platinum, copper probably dropping, you know, if your playbook was to look for congestion exit, which mine is not right now, but then you would say, well, where's my congestion zone? It's here. Okay. Right. How do I frame congestion? There. Okay. So then you would just be looking for evidence of silver breaking down here in the lower time period, and you would jump on board, right? Because that's probably going to happen probabilistically. You guys know what I mean? All right, so I'm waiting to short platinum on a bounce or copper, but I prefer platinum because it's trending nicely. But I really just, you know, I got to get a bounce to something. You know, I would love to get one up here to the true average right there. $67, you know, 66, 67. The weekly true average breaking down is at 63. So let's just see what happens. Just got an alert on crude and soybean oil. So crude is still, I don't want to mess with that. It's choppy. Soybean oil, very choppy. Let's not mess with that. Let's go back to platinum. We're waiting. Just got an alert on ES. So ES, I think, could start trending down. Look, if we get a pop to a high a day for a reversal, I could be interested. Or we start trending, wait for a pullback. We're starting to kind of trend, but we haven't broken through all this yet. So I'll wait. Yeah, soybean oil we said was choppy. Copper, we're waiting for a pullback here. You see, nice. This is what we want. Like, had copper triggered that signal here instead of here, you're in here, you know, and then, you know, you're adding and trailing your stop, and then you're adding and you're trailing. And if this breaks lower, you're adding and you're trailing. And yeah, at some point you're out, but you're adding and you're trailing in a smart way. You just can't get emotionally invested in any one trade. And we can all always get better at that. A lot better. And the more we manage our emotions, the more money we make. Ironically, right? Because you feel like you got to be intense to make money, but trading is more like you got to chill out to make money. You got to be focused, but you got to be chill. You know, it's like surfing. If there's no wave coming and you're sitting in the lineup, you know, pounding on the water is not going to make the wave come. You've got to wait. So platinum, we're waiting. I mean, look, I might be waiting and it never comes back. Okay. I mean, a lot of days it will come back. I can't do anything about that. Because it's just, when you have a process, which I have, and then if you break your process because you're like, okay, I'm going to break my process. And then you take a loss, you feel physically, I feel physically ill when I do that because I'm like, why did I break my process? I don't want to do that. It doesn't feel good. So here's soybeans. Look at this horrible range. Don't need to mess with soybeans. Copper, platinum. Let's wait. Let me run and get a Tylenol real quick. Be right back. All right. I took a Tylenol, which is nice. And we have an alert on copper again. So copper's breaking down. Almost nailed that up there. Just, you know, is what it is. So I think these are going to trend down all day. So we'll be able to jump on something. So here's live cattle. See what happens there. But so this is the idea of what we want, you guys. Isn't that great? I slept pretty well, but we had a lot of thunder in the middle of the night. Of course, the baby is crying a lot, but the baby's, you know, not close, but still, you kind of hear it off in the distance. Good job, Zest. That's a nice move. I think gold could head a lot lower. I mean, we could head down to 32.50 today. It could be, we could head down here for sure. That's where the beginning of the weekly support comes in here. You got that weekly pocket driving down. The DML in the middle of the envelope are breaking now. Everything else is selling off. So I'll look to jump on a gold trend trade as well. The commodities trend nicely. You know, when you're in a trend on the indices, you know, you got to deal with a lot of this kind of stuff. Whereas with the commodities, when you catch one right, you can hold and add, and it's, you know, it's kind of nicer than the indices because, you know, it's one commodity. The indices, you know, Nasdaq 100 plus companies, S&P 500 plus, Dow 30 plus, or maybe they kept the Dow at 30. I'm not sure, but so, you know, it's a lot more gyrations. Whereas a commodity just like platinum or gold, when you catch a trend, copper, that's why I love those markets. Gold alert. So we're breaking down. I think gold's going to keep going. Let's look at hogs. Trying to expand the range. You're getting a little bit of a flash up here on hogs. That could be a short for sure, but I'm not into shorting congestion here. I'd rather like this be a stronger trend run. So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you'd have to see where that closes, but I'm not, I mean, that's a nice look. Extension is holding high a day. You're into these DMLs. I mean, they're slightly broken, but I would expect hogs to reverse down here. I'm not going to take it because I want more of a range expansion. It's not as clear for me. ES, you're getting a little bit of a bounce here now. NQ, you see tight range. Gold, I'm waiting for a pullback, not rushing. Silver, same thing. Just want to get this thing going into a trend. I mean, silver, when these things go, guys, they can go. I mean, silver could go down to 32.40 today, 32.30. You know, gold could go where I said it could go, maybe. You could really get a big move down today. So if that happens, we should get some opportunities to get short. Platinum, you know, waiting for an opportunity. Copper still hasn't really broken out of the range. But the reason I liked copper was because at least you were trending up here. You had a little bit of range expansion, tagged the high a day, and then had a beautiful pocket for the reversal. So I can show you a similar. The reason I was looking to get short there is because that's where all my resistance was. And I got to get short into resistance. So a similar pattern. I saw one the other day on copper, I think. I know I saw one up here somewhere. Something kind of like, well, no, that's not. Anyways, you guys know what I mean. I don't want to miss any opportunities here by looking back. So we've got platinum. Let's see. So bonds are trying to test higher. Bonds are kind of a similar one. If we poked, I mean, we're in congestion too much in bonds. That was more of an end of day call. So I'll just let that be. There's gold. So let's keep an eye on platinum. Hey, Jacob. Well, no, we don't. Well, we do, but look, on the support, that's above you now, right? So do you see how we close back below? So first of all, this flash is a big flash here. That's a big flash. You're coming out of the high a day here. And then you see how this closed underneath the reaction there and underneath, that's a crossover. So if you close above that, it can make that crossover strong support, but that's very strong resistance. And also, Jake, I'm going with what I perceive to be the direction on the higher time periods, which is the dead giveaway for copper. Does that make sense? And you'll get this because now, Jacob, I'm going to be live streaming like this every single day for many hours. And you've got the advantage of being in front of your computer while you work, you know, so you're going to be able to jump on some of these when I jump on them, and you're going to be fine while you're learning. So platinum, I mean, look, platinum this is just textbook. It's just heading straight down. So now I will be, if I get a good pump into the congestion resistance zone. This is what I teach in the course. What I'm also, you know, I did that extra video for you guys on trends. This is that video in action. So, okay, I'm glad you see, Jacob. But I'd like something to come back to, I'd like the congestion resistance level to be somewhere around the middle of the envelope here, right? Because you don't want to chase down here. So that was feeder cattle rolling over. Gold stabilizing. You know, copper gave us a close there. So, you know, the place to get on copper was here. And to be honest, if I was short copper from where I wanted to get short, and then I saw this volume bar not reach the lower days, I probably would have covered, because that one right there, you know, held that extension. So not to say copper's not going to head lower, but had you gotten it from where I wanted to get it and you were pyramiding, that's a nice little run. That at that point you can book your profit, right? Now, had we closed through the lower day and it looked heavy, I'd be more apt to hold. And it still probably is going to take out that lower day. but it may bounce a little first. And those of you, I've talked to a lot of you in the members area, if you're having a problem with entry or take profit, just don't worry about the take profit, you know, based on the charts. Just whatever your stop is, go for like 3R or something. You know, it depends on your strategy. If you've got a wide stop, you know, you're going to have more wins. So you can go for a 2R. But if you got, you know, normal stops, go for 3R or something, 3.5R, whatever you want. And then that way you don't, once you're in, it's like, boom, you set it and you leave it. That'll be much better for you. Let's look at the Russell. So see if we get a rip up high a day reversal on the Russell. Gold, silver hanging in the range. Copper waiting now. Platinum still very nice. A little bit of a pocket here, so it'd be nice if platinum could test up a little higher. Platinum's sort of my favorite right now in terms of where I would love to try to catch a runner if we can get a decent bounce. Adam, what's up? Stalking along on NQ, trying it close to low of yesterday. Nice combination on the 4-hour and the 15-minute. Closed a couple points below the DMLs. Posting. Okay, nice. Thanks for posting in the Discord. And I love that you're using like the 4-hour chart on TradingView. You know, I think that that's smart to pull back and use the 4-hour, the hourly, all that kind of stuff, right? And guys, you saw the announcement that I posted in Discord. So Saturday is May 31st, tomorrow, and then Sunday is June 1st. So if you're on the waiting list, you've got the wait list 20 code. You use that at the website. And the thing is that I made it available if you want to take it on the quarterly or the annually. I mean, nobody, I'm really hooking you guys up because you've been here since the beginning. So for those who want to stay and learn, there's not going to be a better place to do that. There's a lot of garbage out there. All right, let's see if we can get, so Michigan number came and went. So Adam, well, you said you were stalking it, so I kind of thought you didn't take it, but you know, sometimes that'll happen. Like it'll just, I've learned as well, if you got the higher time period in context and everything else looks good, even if it breaks the lowest time period DML, like the 15-minute by a little bit, you know, you can still jump on that. But that's more something you got to get used to. So there's soybean oil, which we know is choppy, not doing much. Here are hogs pushing higher, so you know, we just wait. I had some hogs on my burger last night. I had an amazing bacon burger for dinner. It was incredible. There's a local restaurant here that's, oh, the burgers are amazing, which is awesome because most restaurant food in Costa Rica is not good. It's like, it's very expensive and very not good. But this was a really good burger. And then I went to the farmer's market yesterday and I got this woman, she's from Wyoming. There's a lot of Americans here, Canadians, you know. And she made this incredible jalapeno salsa and mango salsa. So we bought a few jars of that. I mean, the jalapeno salsa, whew, so good. I love jalapenos and I love salsa. So that was cool. So here's platinum. It's kind of what we're waiting for. And I'm just, you know, I've got to make a decision on platinum. Do I wait for the higher time period to give me a, you know, nice pocket pullback? Or do I aggressively try to jump in if we're near? I'll have to see what this looks like. And then, you know, we'll just have to see. I'll let you know. So platinum, we just got alerted. Yeah, so here, we're going to get a close here on platinum. I can't I can't short here because there's a lot of temporary support. It might break, but my hope is that this support here and that flash, my hope is that that could cause a bounce like this. On a day like today, I wouldn't wait for the higher time period to close if we got into this deep pocket up here. Instead, I would watch for the lower, if the lower time period got into a trend reversal up, I would wait for a flash or some kind of a, congestion, and then I would short, stop above the high, and then see what happens. See if we can hold and add. That's what I'd be looking for. I love the drawing tools, it's just so cool to be able to like draw out what you think is going to happen and like kind of think about it. Consumer sentiment. Yeah, I mean, Ralph, I don't think any of those numbers are real. I honestly think it's a bunch of jerk offs sitting in an office laughing, throwing paper numbers into a hat, and then they draw it and they go, let's make the Michigan number this. Yeah, it's so stupid. Even all the employment, I mean, we're basically living in a banana republic. I mean, the amount of corruption, the insider trading, yeah, the employment number. I mean, it's all total horseshit. And there's a lot of people at the very top that are just parasites sucking off the tit of the country. And that's, I don't think about it too much because I can't do anything about it. And look, I'm in control of what I can control. So I'm lucky. I do well. But yeah, there's a shitload of corruption. But that's, I think that the political landscape reflects the overall collective consciousness of the country. So as long as you got enough people interested in the distraction that is, their goal is just to distract and then take. And, hey, that's fine. That's the way it is. I accept it. I wish it wasn't that way, but what are you going to do? So it's called Banana Republic here. We're getting a little bit of a pop here, but it needs to be more of a pop for me because of what I just mentioned here. And if it just collapses, fine. Like, this is why I wouldn't sell this congestion resistance level here. It may hold, but I'd be, first of all, I'm not near the middle of the envelope here. And second of all, I've got some temporary support there. So it may just drop. That's fine. But it's not where I can justify getting in. Yeah, we got to control the things we can control, like holding and adding. It's challenging emotionally, but we can control it. But anybody thinks that, like, what's amazing to me is that, like, people think politicians are going to save them. I can remember the same people having the same faith in other politicians, and they all just turned out the same way. But somehow, the game can just keep going where people think it's just incredible. Adam, I think in Iceland, don't you guys have a pretty amazing system where you can vote from your phone on, like, I think Iceland's pretty amazing, democratically speaking, and not a lot of corruption. Sweden was like that back in the day, but it's getting more corrupt now. But I have a feeling that's why the bankers just stuck it to Iceland during the 2008. Iceland got hammered. And I think the reason for that is they were trying to send a message like, hey, you guys are getting a little bit too real democratic here. They didn't like that. So there's your short, but I'm not shorting, I say there's your short. There's your pullback. But no, like, for the reasons I just mentioned, I don't want to short that because I would just hope that this could push higher. Like this. It may not. So we got the Dow while I was yapping. Hope I didn't miss anything. Little flash there, but you're in congestion. No thanks. Natural gas, very choppy. Crude oil, choppy. So let's just wait. Copper trying to push. So that would have been a good idea to get out there, right? But again, these are things that you're going to learn over time. So platinum, let's just see what happens. I hope it pushes higher. Yeah, that's what I think, Supreme. That's the game. And you know, the insider trading, you know, imagine somebody like Pelosi, and this is not like for me, it's not a Democrat Republican issue. They're all corrupt, in my opinion. That's just an opinion. And imagine you set the policy that you set the policy, you know, behind closed doors where the next 5 or 10 years are going policy wise. And then you're allowed to make a bet. It's like you're able to see the dealer's card in blackjack, the one that's turned down, and then you can make your bet based on seeing that turned down card. That's what all these people in Congress get to do. That's why they go into Congress with, like, you know, no money at all. And then 20, 30 years later, they come out with like a $50 million net worth. I mean, it's the word I was looking for before is crony capitalism. It's crony capitalism. Oh yeah, they are professional hole carders. They really are. It's incredible. But again, I don't focus on these things because I think it used to bother me, but I realized that's what they want. They want to put you in a state of negativity, despair, hopelessness, because then you're easier to rule, right? If you're strong and independent and positive and crafting your own mind and your own life, they can do whatever they want, right? I mean, short of take me to a gulag, but other than that, do their thing, I'll do my thing. It's fine. Yeah, that's good, Adam. Yeah, I think Iceland is the Scandinavian countries have a very long history of democracy and lack of corruption, although that is changing. They have been infiltrated by the parasites. That's true. Iceland does have elves, but I bet you Adam's not an elf. Icelandic people are big. Like what's the guy from Game of Thrones, Adam? Bjorn Hagelström, right? Did I say that correctly? You know, the huge guy. He's like the world's strongest man, and he's also, you know, the Hound. No, the Hound's brother from Game of Thrones. He was huge. I think his first name was Bjorn, which is bear, but I don't. His other names I don't know. All right, see if we can get a short on platinum because I do think platinum is going downtown the rest of the day. Oh yeah, is that his first name, Adam? That's Icelandic for you guys. Oh wow. How do you, ha, do you say it like Hafur? I can't even imagine how you say that in Icelandic. What other stream do we trade feeder cattle and learn Icelandic? Come on, guys. If you haven't given a like for that, please do. That deserves a like. It means see Thor. Okay. I get it now because that's the same as Swedish. In Swedish, you know, see is havet. So hav. So Icelandic, hof. So that's similar. And then Thor, I see it. You just have different spelling. So in Swedish, it'd be like hav Tor. Cool. I love learning stuff like this, guys. Plus, it keeps us out of bad trades. We just learning Icelandic while we wait. So copper, we're waiting. Oh, good. Okay, well that probably comes from my Swedish side, Adam. Adam, do you understand Swedish and Norwegian? Is it easy for the Icelandic people to understand Swedish and Norwegian? I mean, we can't understand you guys to save our lives, but do you guys understand us? I say us, you guys, because my wife is Swedish. I have a Swedish passport. I lived there for many years. So even though I'm American, I'm from LA. And Swedish is not my native language, but I speak it pretty well. So crude oil, we checked. Heating oil, boom. Still kind of waiting for this thing to break. In the meantime, we're waiting for alerts. You can see there's not a lot of alerts today. We're just waiting. Copper's still hanging out. See, we picked a good spot to try and get in on copper and a good spot to get out had we been in. So I hope you guys are feeling as good about June as I am. I am ready to rock. Yeah, that's funny because you guys, I think Danish is maybe closer to you, whereas Norwegian and Swedish are closer, and then Danish and Icelandic are closer. I guess they all derive from Old Norse, but it's really funny how the accents got so different. How like Swedish and Norwegian people really sound like they're singing, especially the Norwegian people. They really sound like they're singing. But then the Danish and the Icelandic do not sound like they're singing. Like the Swedish and the Norwegian is like melodic. It goes like this. The Swedish people have a joke about the Norwegian people that even when they say they're depressed, they sound really happy. They go, "Jag är så deprimerad." That's how a Norwegian will say, "I'm depressed." And they're like, but they look exalted. We need to get a Norwegian VolPro Edger to confirm that for us. All right, there's wheat and hogs. Wheat is not doing anything interesting. Hogs are trending. And, you know, if we keep pushing higher and we get up somewhere here, that's the kind of range expansion I would look for potentially for a reversal. Because, and you say, well, why don't I want to go with the trend up here on hogs? Because we're into a pretty steep pocket here on the daily that could end up, I mean, I don't know what hogs are going to do, but, you know, this could go like that. And that's the hold and add I want. But I'm going to wait. Because you see we're at the weekly resistance here. Let's look at the hogs higher time period charts. Load that while we wait. Yeah, I mean, I find the grains are just tricky because they open at weird times, then they close, and then they reopen. And I mean, I had a great swing trade call on wheat and corn. Was it a week or two ago, guys? I just didn't get filled. And yeah, but over time, you figure out how these different markets move, and you know. Soybeans, yeah, you trade in the pit. That's cool. That's awesome. All right, so there's a flash right there on hogs. You are at weekly resistance. You're at the top of the pocket there. Do I want to take that? I don't, probably not, but you do have a congestion entrance down move here, but you still got a lot of buying on the tape. I don't feel compelled to rush into hogs. I'd rather have it push higher, expand the range more, and then give me more of a good reversal signal. But we're at some really nice quarterly resistance up here on hogs, that's for sure. So let's see if it's just still a little too, I don't really feel compelled to bet on that right now. So let's look back at platinum. Okay, so it is trying to dump from here, but I don't care. Like, I just can't. That's not enough of a pullback for me. We're not true average there, middle of the envelope there. I mean, this has got to, you know, let's see. So ultra bonds trying to punch back up to the highs here. It's probably a good congestion short right there on ultra bonds, to be honest. I'm not going to take it because it's not according to my process right now, but we still are right into that daily resistance DML, the congestion right here. You know, so far it's just retesting this and it hasn't gotten there. You've got its own core DML there. You've got these two up here. So probably still a lot of resistance up here. But let's see. You're right at the weekly resistance. I'm not going to take it because it's just not my plan for today. And even if I was, guys, this is how to use the multiple time period analysis. If you were interested in shorting ultra bonds up here, you'd want to watch the lower time period and wait for this to confirm by rolling over and kind of starting to dump and then jump in. That's how I like to do it. I used to be more in favor of just trying to pick it off and but I think it's better to really wait for that lower time period confirmation, especially on the volume charts. Platinum kind of hanging out. Copper, doing its thing. Gold and silver have stabilized for now. Very choppy. So you guys can see choppy doppy. ES. Well, we don't need to worry about the 20,000 right now. We can just focus on this. 100,000 volume chart, choppy doppy, tight range. What we expected, right? It is what we expected. Look at Nasdaq, very tight range. You can play a little congestion trading if you guys want. I'm not. But, this is why there are so many different ways to use VolPro Edge. And it's all about what resonates with you. Some people, we're all so different. Some people will love to use the end of day analysis and be like, okay, Andy said he thought it would be, tight range, choppy. I'm just going to play the congestion range bound playbook. And they'll love to just get in there and scalp in congestion. And, that's great. You can do really well doing that. There's so many different ways to use it. I got to use it my way and teach you guys all the different ways to use it. And then you guys slowly adapt your own style to use it your way. That's what's so cool. So here is feeder cattle kind of rolling over there, but not really big range expansion. But you can see the weekly pocket did have some effect on price. The daily DML up there sure did. But I don't look at this and go, oh, I missed something. No. It didn't have the range expansion I want. Hogs, though, that flash could have an effect on price. There is some range expansion. On the lower time period here, now you're getting some footprint selling coming in. I suppose the one thing that's, even though you're in that daily pocket and you are into that weekly resistance right there, probably the one thing I'm not nuts about with hogs right now is that you could go back down here for sure, but those daily DMLs are pretty well broken. Doesn't mean it can't break back down below them, but that's probably the one thing where it's like, why mess with that, right? But anyways, keep a lookout. It's a nice flash pattern into the daily high. So there's ES. About to get a close up here. Nothing I'm interested in. NQ just tight. This is exactly what we expected, guys. It is the last day of the month as well, right? So probably some repositioning going on. That's what like it's the last day of the month. You probably got some options expiring. So on the big OPEX days, you'll see a lot of chop, and end of month is kind of like that as well. Zest, was it like that in the pits? Like the last day of the month, you guys would have options expiring and things would just be kind of like that. Not every time, but I've noticed that a lot. So platinum, sure, jumping a little off that, but I still, it's not close enough. Yeah, exactly. Everything depends. I agree. So when I get questions, people are like, well, what about this? I'm like, it really depends, because you're right. Everything does depend. It's true. So that pit was Chicago Board of Trade, right? Or was it a pit? There was another pit at one point for the grains. Where was that other pit? There was like Chicago, and then there was it like Kansas City or something? Yeah, now that's the cool thing. We have a million choices. KC, yeah, there you go. KC bot, yeah. It was Kansas City. I can't believe I remember that. I think I remember that from like Market Wizards or something. There was one of the guys in Market Wizards who was doing something between Chicago grains and Kansas City grains, and he had like a system. Can't really remember his name. Yeah, I'm blessed with a good memory. Let's see. Yeah, ES, Supreme, you're going to short. Or NQ, you're going to short. Let's see. I mean, I don't think it's a terrible idea. But like I said earlier, you're in my daily support. It doesn't mean anything. It could break. But if I was going to short NQ anywhere, I would probably wait till right up in here. Now, does that mean I would long, thinking it's going to go from here to here? No. But that was a nice, I didn't see this because I wasn't trading NQ, but that's probably, if I was going to take anything into all that daily support, there's a flash pattern, the DML held. You're in, yeah, you're trending down, but you're more in congestion. But anyways, I just don't even want to bother with these kind of markets. There's just no point. Soybean meal, very tight. Platinum. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because it all depends. If you're going for 5 points or 10 points or 15 points, anything can happen. Like on the NQ, from now forward, if I don't think I can get 100 points out of the trade, I don't want to take it because I want to hold and I want to add. And on, sorry, I don't know why. I don't know if David is here, but in Spanish, I think you say gallo en la garganta, which means a frog in the throat. I don't know why I have a frog in the throat, but I'm sure it'll go away. Probably because I talk for like 10 hours a day. You broke these congestion DMLs, so I wouldn't want to short against that. So look at silver. Could look, this party could get started. I'm hanging around because I want the party to the downside to get started. Yeah, it's just what I'm looking for, Supreme. I mean, I want big moves now because, you know, I've had a lot of success. I've been very fortunate. I've developed VolPro Edge over a long period of time, and you know, I do well. But just like there's a lot of people who have yet to find consistency are looking at me like, wow, I want to be like him. Well, I'm looking at a lot of guys that are like way up here. I'm like, I want to be like those guys. What are they doing that I'm not doing? They're fucking holding and adding. So I'm like, I'm going to hold and add. All right. That's true. Sorry for the F bomb. Sometimes I get very excited, and an F bomb is definitely required from time to time. There's a daily F bomb quota, at least 2 or 3 F bombs a day, in a good way, in a positive light. All right. Silver. Oh, we're on silver. Yeah, I already went there. Good. Nat gas. See if we can break. I think Nat gas can head down here. The Widowmaker, definitely. These DMLs are like magnets, guys. When you really start to go, it wants to go to them. Dynamic market levels. Those 2 yellow dots down here, transposed onto the intraday chart. Those are there. And I think we could go there. And maybe if we start to break through there, look out. So we'll keep an eye on natural gas. Still waiting on platinum, copper, gold kind of hanging out. Yeah, I had a friend, much older than I am, but really wonderful people, live in, well, they used to live in New York, and he traded silver at the COMEX in the pit. Heard some cool stories about that when I stayed at their house a while ago, long time ago, but great people. I miss them. I got to get in touch with them. It's the only time I've ever been in New York. I went to visit them. We talked a lot about trading, and it was fun. Yeah, size and patience, exactly. I agree. You got to get in, you got to hold it, you got to add. You still got to be like smart and use your edge, right? But I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. There's one quote by, I don't know if it's Livermore, um, in the book Reminiscences, or if it's another guy, but somewhere there's a quote, like the trader who can like make a little money here and there, whatever, is pretty common. Holding on to the money is a different story. Most people give it back and lose, so that's why the overall success rate is very low. But he said the one who can be right and hold and add is very, very rare, and that's where the big money comes from. So here's NQ. Oh, sorry, we were looking at ES before Supreme when I called out those congestion DMLs. So NQ is what you were talking about. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, I already made my point about that. I mean, sure, there's some resistance here, but depends on your goal. Now, if we spiked, if NQ, since I don't expect a trend reversal to the upside, if this really punched, which it's not going to because we only have like 400 contracts left, but as an example, if you got a big exhaust bar and I saw some of my extension DMLs sitting up here as resistance, yeah, because now you're close to the daily reaction support, which on today is resistance, all that. Yeah, that would be more interesting to short back down into the range, and then you could catch a potential 100-pointer back down into the range, maybe daily lows. And this may roll over. I don't know. Soybean oil, very choppy. But look at the daily, guys. Daily soybean oil setting up a potential flash opportunity for reversal heading into next week. Maybe we'll see where this closes. But if this closes down here, it's going to drag this down here. And you have a nice little 3-section flash reversal there potentially. Going to be interesting. So everything got very quiet here, but Trump can tweet at any time, and then we will wake up these markets and get short platinum. Platinum is beautiful. I really don't doubt with platinum today that we want to tag at least that daily extension right there, that level. That's at like 48, which on the weekly, I mean, look, we could even slam right through that. We've had such a run on platinum. There'll be some profit taking here. It'll accelerate. I mean, you could get down to those weekly DMLs right there at 40, which would be well through the daily extension here. So imagine we get down to those weeklies, which is down here. That's still a ways to go. So just want to wait for the potential of a little pop here and see what happens. See if we can get short some platinum and then hold and add. Oh, yeah, exactly, Zest. Good. Thank you. That's the quote I was looking for. I made all my money by sitting on my hands. Yep. And that's what we are going to do here. That's what we're doing. I'm going to patiently wait, strike, hold, and add, and make a lot of money. So we have an alert for live cattle. And you can see that flash. It did its job. I don't know. I don't feel like I missed anything there. Obviously a good trade, but the range expansion wasn't much at that point. And that is important. Let's see how, yeah, there's that flash on hogs. I already made my case for why I don't want to short up there on hogs. So I'm going to let that do its thing. And we'll just keep an eye. I mean, platinum, I think, is definitely the place to be today. While everybody else is messing around with, these indices going nowhere. Look at the Dow. I think platinum. I mean, really, this is why those of you, and I had some conversations with some of you who are in Australia or you're in Europe, you've got a big advantage with the metals, particularly, and the bonds and FX, because they like to start their move. Like right there, that's London. Let's see what time that was. I'm asleep in Costa Rica when this happens. But right there, that is, yeah, that's 6:30 a.m. Eastern. So that's like basically London, 11 in the morning-ish, 11:30 in the morning. That's where you jump on and you hold. The trading time when I lived in Europe was much better. But the surf and the taxes are better in Costa Rica. So what are you going to do? All right. We got gasoline. Just waiting for gasoline to potentially break out with the other energies. And if that happens, if we're preparing, then we're going to short hopefully some copper, some platinum. Yeah, the hours are so nice there. Amsterdam. When I was in Sweden, Spain, the hours are perfect. Because in Sweden it starts at 3:30 in the afternoon, the New York Open, but in Spain it's 2:30 in the afternoon. It's perfect. Here's the Russell. Yeah, I'll leave that alone. We're in the middle of the range. Let's look at hogs again. Just kind of sitting there. Gold is trying to break out. I think we could see a pretty good drop in gold today. So I'm open to shorting gold. I'm open to shorting platinum. Silver, just see silver's trying to exit congestion now. If we crack these DMLs, look out. They're right at the low of day too. That would be a nice crack to the downside if that happens. Let's watch. Gold has already tried to crack some stuff here. Platinum is well on its way. But platinum can sometimes give some decent counter trend movement. Okay, I look back at that. Should I have shorted there? No, I had my reasons. I mean, hindsight's always 20/20, right? Everybody seems to have it. Yeah, I agree with you. Exactly. If you already have money, Spain is fantastic. Well, aside from the fact that they have a wealth tax, they have an inheritance tax. So from that perspective, it's not good. But from the perspective that it's a beautiful country with wonderful people, everything is very cheap there. When you eat out at restaurants, I mean, the food is good and it's super cheap. Way cheaper than Costa Rica. Yeah, Portugal, I think, is better than Spain, but and Portugal does not have a wealth tax, I don't believe, or an inheritance tax. So yeah, I would go Portugal in that case for sure. I've been to the Algarve a couple times, a few times maybe. It's nice down there in the south of Portugal. So platinum, we're waiting. So there's that ultra bonds I was talking about. Again, I didn't take it. Maybe I should have, but it's just not part of my process right now. So I don't want to distract myself. But that's what I was talking about with that little flash. Everything looked pretty good. And then since you don't really know where to get in on the higher time period, you just look, there's your reversal bar right there with a big footprint. Boom. That's where you short, stop. So good lesson. And I can trade the ultra bonds now on my Top Step accounts, so I do have to remember that. That could have been a good short there on the XFAs. But I'm all about sticking to the process. Let's look at soybeans. Just doing nothing today. And look, bonds, I mean, my process now, you guys know, I'm looking for trends. I'm looking for really good reversals out of trends. So I'm just not looking right now I love congestion, and there are times where I will play congestion trading, but right now I'm just not. I'm making it a point to not get involved in congesting markets, but there's still good opportunities, obviously. But look, ultra bonds here. I mean, if this thing really starts to break down, then the trend playbook could open up in ultra bonds. Shorted NQ Supreme. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. You got your own system. If it works and you make money, which you do, then I'm sure it's fine. You know. I hope it works, buddy. I hope you get it. I want everybody to win. You know, there are some people that like they get angry when other people do well. I don't understand that. Like the better we all do, the better everything is. So platinum, still kind of waiting to see if we get a bounce. Copper's lollygagging. Gold keeps testing but holding. Silver was trying to test, but you see the DMLs did their job so far. So we just wait. We just wait. I mean, I guess at this point, it's pretty well established for me that the metals will probably be under pressure the rest of the day, I think. So if we get like we're kind of trending here on silver. If we were to get a decent pop pullback, we would be in the congestion range, which I'm really not supposed to take and probably won't, but it would be hard to pass up as well if you got a nice pocket extension, lower time period confirmed. I mean, that's just so you guys know, like that's why I brought that up on ultra bonds. That's pretty darn textbook in terms of you want the lower time period, just bang. I mean, that's beautiful. And then when it's right, it goes. Yeah, I think it's going to be tricky on the indices today. I talked about that in the end of day analysis video I did last night for everybody. Those are usually anywhere from 35 minutes to an hour, going over all the major markets on the yearly, the quarterly, the monthly, the weekly, and the daily charts, using all those together to get a good idea of what these markets are going to do for the next 24 hours, what we want to trade, how we want to trade it, and it works. And it's a nice logical approach and lays the foundation heading into the next day, which is fantastic. So platinum, we're just waiting. It's very quiet. Copper, if we can break out, we'll jump on board. But that was our best shot to get short earlier on copper, right up in there. The lower time frame just didn't give us a little pop, which is fine. Ultra bonds, beautiful there. Hopefully they start breaking down so we can maybe jump on a trend run. I can't trade those on my Tradeifys, but I can trade the ultra bonds on my XFAs. Now that Top Step has withdrawn the $9,000 for my payout. It's nice. Be fun to see how fast that money hits my bank account. I mean, Top Step, I don't know how many payouts I've taken with Top Step, maybe 30 or something. I don't really know. But sometimes they're lightning fast. Sometimes it takes a week. I don't know. I kind of think they're pretty fast nowadays. Let's see. The last one was fast. Especially when you use Wise with Top Step. I use Wise. I used to use the ACH and it was slower. So I switched to the Wise and it got faster. I got the knots just from kind of staring at the computer so much. No, they haven't. I think I always take payouts quickly. So I think the people that build up, huge balances, they go to live. I don't do that. I take my payouts and then, in all fairness, I have also once I take my payout, I get lately, I get very aggressive with the remaining money in there. And the last couple times I've done that, I've lost those accounts because I'm just learning how to be aggressive in a smarter way. So they probably look at that and they're like, you know, if this guy builds up a little balance and he gives it back, I mean, that's financially better for them, right? But I'm pretty sure now with the approach that I'm doing with holding and adding, I'm going to build up quite a large balance in my XFAs, and then probably I will go live. But to be honest, for me, it doesn't make a difference. If they want to take me live, that's great. I kind of like being on the program I'm on now because you can do more XFAs, you can take more shots. So I like that. But it doesn't matter either way. And yeah, Tradeify. I'm really right now. I'm trading my live accounts, but not this month. I haven't been super active. I mean, I've made some decent money on them, but not what I used to because of the baby and all that. But I'm kind of more focused on those generally. And then on the prop side, I love Top Step. I love Tradeify. Take profit I've heard is really good, but I don't like the trailing draw. Tick Tick Trader. I used to trade a little bit, never gotten a payout from them, but I haven't really done much with them because I just hear too many conflicting things about whether or not they pay and this and that. And then there are a couple other prop firms you guys know that I took too much money from them and they kind of played games, so I'm not allowed to talk about them, but you know, it is what it is. I think the prop world is it's a good opportunity. You can get really good leverage, and I'm really happy the prop firms are here, especially when they really honor, you know, their side of the agreement, which that's why I really like trading with Top Step and Tradeify because I do feel like they're the most fair. They honor what they say. So yeah, I mean the XFAs just give you more chances, right? Like if you have a live account and you blow it, it's gone. If you have an XFA and you blow it, you just go get another XFA. I mean, yeah, you got to pass the challenges and whatever, but like I said, I trade those differently. I have no like for me, time is money, so I don't waste not waste, but I either get through the XFA, sorry, the challenge, the combine on Top Step, the 150K. I either get through that in 2 days or I blow it and reset it. And then tip my average is probably let's say three accounts, three tries typically because I'm super aggressive. So if I spend three times 150, right, that's 450. And then if I have to activate it, that's another 150. So that's basically, I know probabilistically without any question, I will get an XFA from anywhere from 600 to 700 bucks. Great. I just unlocked $4,500 in capital drawdown for a cost of 700. So to me, that's awesome. But I don't recommend that because you know you've got to have the money to be able to and if you're scared of losing that, then you'll lose. The fear will cause you to lose. Like I don't care. Not that I don't care. I care, but it's my system. It's my plan. I count on it. Oh, okay, it loses. It's probabilities. Do the next one. Okay, lose. Probability. Do the next one. Lose. Okay, okay, win, win, bang. Got it. Um, yeah, Take Profit is coming on really strong. I heard they pay really fast, which is cool. I've got some friends that trade with them and they can't even believe it. They're like, I can take a payout any day and it comes right to my bank like immediately. I'm like, that's cool. I'll probably do some Take Profits soon when I have more time. Um, yeah, a lot of people had issues with that unnamed firm. They're trying to make a comeback, but I don't know. MFF, I guess, has gotten better. Um, there were some things back in the day with them, but it was kind of when they were new, so maybe they've got their stuff together. Um, I mean, Crude gave us a signal here, but it's doing nothing. So quiet day, just wait. Copper is trying to head back down. Indices kind of just doing nothing. Gold, we're waiting. So we're just going to keep waiting. I mean, that's all we can do. You can't force your will on the market. And this is what, you know, being patient is all about, right? It's just, we've got our playbook, we've got our setups, and there's a couple of alerts, one for copper, one for heating oil, and one for the Dow. So here's heating oil. We're waiting for this to break out. I think you could see some good downside potential there to maybe jump on a trend. The Dow we know is not doing much, and copper, we're waiting to see if this downward momentum can break through these lows and get going, because you could see a potential back down to these weekly lows down here on the weekly chart. You could see a pretty big drop. So let's let it happen. We were stalking that reversal up there. Before it happened, we thought, hey, that's a good shot for copper to go back down. It did what we wanted, and it just, you know, here, that bar, we were just waiting for that to go there, and it just didn't. So what are you gonna do? Let's look at hogs. So you can see we're doing well by just being patient with hogs. They're trending now. They're expanding the range. You've got that extension up there at those old weekly highs. You have a lot of quarterly resistance up there around 105. So that could be a good spot to look for a potential reversal in hogs. Keep our eye out on that. Platinum, we're just waiting for some kind of a pullback. And see, because this is my playbook, right? I want to try to manage my risk. And then when I'm right, I want to push it and hold and add. But for somebody with a playbook that's like, hey, look, I don't mind having a, 20-point stop on platinum. Okay, that's great. Then just get in, put your big stop, and then, then you're in, right? But that's a different way to manage a trade. That's why when people say, like, how should I trade? I'm like, I don't know. There's lots of different ways to do it. What kind of person are you? How much time can you watch the screen? What's your risk tolerance? Like, how do you feel when you're in a position and it's just going against you for 30 points? Like, personally, I don't like to be in a position that's just grinding up against me. I like to try to pick the spot where I feel like, okay, that's the spot. That's where I want to get in. That's just how I work. And it means that, like copper, I missed that. Okay. Platinum, I'm still waiting. But at least the reads are fantastic. And that's the important thing. So bonds, I mean, great read. Now we'll see if we can crack day of low, exit congestion down. I mean, bonds could head back down to 114.18. That's a big move on bonds. And if it does and we get a trend run going, I'll take a shot on my XFAs because I can trade those now. So Luke, what's up, man? Do you feel like range-bound trading is the simplest option when you're first starting out? Yeah, I mean, it's easy to identify a range-bound market for sure. But there's really no, I mean, I would say the easiest thing to do to start out is probably, Luke, because you're on TradingView charts, right, with VolPro Edge. So I would watch that trend trading video I put in the course section in the Discord. I talk about how to scan through all the markets on your TradingView charts, because you've got the TradingView template, right? From my charts, you can just click the link and then boom, you'll have the setup. And then watch that video on trend trading. I think that's pretty straightforward, to be honest, because you're waiting for markets, you're just scrolling through looking for trends, and then you're just waiting for the lower time period, like the 15-minute, if you're using an hourly. Just wait for that to pull back into congestion and then get in. I think that's a pretty simple playbook, which is why I did that video for you guys. So, I mean, congestion can be fantastic. You just got to know, like this congestion trade, that was a great congestion short right there on ultra bonds. We're right at the old trend resistance high, basically, right? You're in congestion. There's your congestion frame. You've got a nice, flash there. you know, you got all this daily resistance there. So, but see, that's a lot to think about, right? And you know from the end of day analysis that I liked leaning against that resistance. I was bearish bonds. So if you're going to trade congestion, I would recommend using the end of day analysis videos as, you know, make notes like, okay, Andy said bonds should be good, you know, then, okay, watch bonds and look for that, you know, congestion there. You know, I said, hey, on indices, be careful. I expect chop. Okay, then you could play congestion on indices because I'm expecting a choppy day, which I'm not right every time, but, you know, more often than not. So it'll shift those probabilities in your favor. So it's really up to you, Luke, what you feel drawn to start with. But whatever you do, I mean, we'll all help you. We're all here for you, for everybody. Whatever you do, just make sure that you know, you get a plan together. Like you can talk to Cam about this. Cam is working on his reversals now. I think, Cam, you're doing well with those, right? Made $6 grand on your XFA on that gold short call the other day. It was awesome. Good job. But so he's learning the importance of sticking with his playbook. So, you know, whatever you do, stick with the playbook for at least a month, right? Because that's the thing. The biggest trap for people is they start to, you know, they'll say, okay, I want to do congestion, and then they'll do it for like a day. They'll have a bad day, and they're like, oh, that didn't work. I want to do something. It's called strategy hopping, and it's not a good thing to do. So whatever you do, stick to it for a month, and then see how you feel after that month. Take notes, take screenshots. And Luke, you can go to the questions channel in the members area. I posted some questions there, like 8, 9, and you'll see a lot of people have answered, and now I'm responding via voice message to those people, helping them with their trading plan. So go answer those questions if you haven't already. And everybody should do that, because I'm kind of doing that because I want to get you guys going. And it takes a lot of time for me to read through and think about and, okay, try to point you in the right direction. Take advantage of that. So Cam, yeah, you really have to stay focused on a playbook. Exactly. I think so too. Absolutely. All right. So we got soybean oil. Not much. Corn, not much. So for me, this is why I love, you know, the Nasdaq used to be my focus, like getting up to the amount of money I've made, especially with prop firms the last, you know, 10 months or so, a year, when I started to really catch fire on the prop firms, and I understood how, like, because it took me, you know, a few months to figure out, like, how do I want to do. Anyways, once I figured that out, you know, I got going with them. But, and that was all basically Nasdaq. But now I know for holding and adding, the next evolution for me is not only more swing trading for sure, and more end of day trades that run, but just for me, getting my mindset to add and hold. I know that following all these markets gives me such an advantage, because then I'm not sitting trying to force my will on the NASDAQ, you know, jumping in and out, which, don't get me wrong, I'm good at that. I can make good money doing that, but I know I can make way more doing this, which is why I'm excited about it. Because the advantage of scrolling through several markets, it's like if we were watching the NASDAQ today, we'd have no idea that platinum is collapsing, expanding the range. Our higher time period charts, you know, look conducive to wanting to short this rally. So it's a wonderful opportunity. I mean, look, I know it's not Patrick Whelan's The Big Dick House, but hey, you know, it's like the things people are drawn to crack me up. Don't get me wrong, he's funny. I think he's a great entertainer, and maybe he's a good trader too. I don't know. But I think what's represented out there on social media and YouTube in order to be a good trader, actually becoming a good trader, is a very different thing than the representation. But look, you know, the clickbait and the promise to get rich quick. That's how all the gurus get people to sign up for their bullshit. Hey, you're going to get rich quick. And it ends in tears every single time. And then people go to the next one. And then it ends in tears again. And they're like, they go to the next one. I was like, okay, once I get it. But what's that expression? First time, shame on you. Second time you fool me, shame on me. It was really funny when George W. Bush, remember, he was on live camera. He's like, first time, shame on, and he couldn't remember. And then he goes, but we're dealing with nuclear weapons. I got nothing against him. I just thought it was funny. Yeah, fool me once. Exactly. So Jacob, I don't know how that guy's been making so much money the last couple of weeks, 150K. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much can guarantee if you try to follow him, you'll lose a lot of money. So maybe he's making that money. Maybe he's not. I don't know. I wish him the best. I mean, seems like a fun guy to hang out and have a beer with or whatever. There's a pullback on platinum, but I'm still following my system and waiting for a pullback to the middle of the envelope. But it's, if you've got all those subscribers on YouTube and you're making, 100 grand a month or 200 grand a month off YouTube revenue, and then you're selling some bull flag, bear flag course that people think are going to make them rich, and you're making 100 grand a month off of that, or 50 grand a month off of that, and then you've got prop firm affiliate deals and all that, and you're making a few hundred grand a month. Look, if you've got 300, 400, 500K a month coming in from all that stuff, yeah, then you can have an account where you swing big all over the place and post that and get more people. But see, what I know is going to happen is that in 20 years, when I'm 65, there's going to be VolPro Edgers all around the world that are going to be incredible traders. And to me, that's like where the rubber meets the road. If you have something that works, and can you teach it, and can other people use it to, make a career out of it, right? I don't think there's going to be Wieland people all over the world, doing bull flags and bear flags. I could be wrong, but that's just my feeling about it. So, getting good at trading, no matter how much the gurus want to entice people with the bullshit, getting good at trading is very hard, and it requires a ton of discipline. There's gold. ES. Feeder cattle collapsing nicely. Live cattle collapsing nicely. Okay, so they're reversing out of their ranges. Yeah. Reacting off that weekly resistance level. In hindsight, sure, that's nice, but didn't really see it. So now here, if we get a reversal signal on hogs, we'll just have to see. Feeder cattle didn't really give me the one, but definitely I would say live cattle gave kind of a good signal here, but at that point the range wasn't really expanded enough, so I don't really regret not taking it. So yeah, that's yeah, I think so, Jacob, and that's why I'm excited now. Like the next step, I had it's taken a little while. I'm now finally watching these markets for myself, streaming with you guys. I'm doing the same thing that I feel the same inside as I would feel doing it by myself with nobody watching me, and that has taken a couple months for me to get to that place. I literally don't care now if I lose in front of you guys. I literally don't care. And in the beginning I cared, and that affects how you trade and all that stuff. So that's been a process for me. But now as I settle in and get going with the process, I mean, I'm excited to see what happens over the next few months with all this. It's going to be awesome. That's a good one, Luke. I like that. Yeah, and these people who keep going after the Furus, it's like fool me 15 times. It's like, oh my God, I spent $50,000 on Furus and now I have no money left to do anything. It's like, I do feel bad for you, but at the same time, like, what the fuck were you thinking? You know, like scammers require the scammy. Like, you don't just, unless someone like outright picks your pocket, but you know what I mean? Like, people selling a lie, it takes somebody to buy the lie. But human nature is human nature. Everybody will always want something for nothing. People will always want, the quick fix and the get rich quick. And that's why the Furus will long live the Furus, because there will always be willing participants who buy the lie. Yeah, it takes two. It takes two to tango. So anybody who's trading successfully that tells you trading is easy and that you can get rich quickly following their system, run the other way very, very quickly, because it's not true. It's a lie. Like, I could get way more people coming into VolPro Edge if I was like, oh, it's super easy. Just come on in and I'll make you a millionaire. People be like, oh, really? But that's not true. What's true is that it works, but you're going to have to put some time and effort into learning it. Like, and at the end of the day, I'd rather have like a couple hundred awesome people working hard that I can focus on, than 1,000 people who are just looking for handouts and get rich quick. It would give me more money, but my thing is like, this is more legacy. I want to see what some of you guys, and then the future people who will join, I want to see what you guys can do over the course of your career. I mean, I think some of you are going to make way more money than me. And that means I did good. I taught you and you used it and you killed it. And, one day you'll have me on your yacht as a guest, and that would be awesome. Because I do believe in what you give is what you get. And like, I don't know, this, where we are now here, this is not the only place. When we pass on to the next place, but I think the energy, the essence of what we are is what goes. And if you're a good person and you're giving and you're honest and all that, that shapes the kind of people that you attract, that shapes the kind of life you live. When we die, wherever we go next, it shapes that. Whereas if you're a Furu scammer, you're going to end up in the Furu scamming afterlife. And I think that's not going to be a nice place to be. Not where I want to be. And I do believe it's true, because I look around my own life, like, I'm really lucky. I got awesome parents, awesome family, awesome friends. Like, everybody who joined VolPro Edge is awesome. Like, and that's just like, authentic attracts authentic. I know you guys are there on the camera, but I'm just watching the charts here. So platinum, I'm just waiting, see if we get a little bit of a bounce here. We still have 1,300 contracts till this bar here closes, but you can see it's trying to cause a little bit of a bounce. So trending nicely to the downside on platinum, and just patiently waiting for a pullback to try and get short. ES, very choppy, like we talked about in the end of day analysis video, saying that it should be choppy. Hopefully Supreme, your short, is working nicely. Or maybe you got out at break even, I can't remember. Dow kind of chopping. Gold, we're just waiting to see if we can crack these lows and get a trend run going. I think it's possible. Silver, the same thing. We're waiting to see if we can crack these VolPro Edge levels right here and get a trend run going to the downside. Copper, same thing. Platinum's already on the way, so look for a pullback. That daily there, I mean, okay, could that be all she wrote for the low on platinum? It could be, but I just think it also could head lower because you've had such a big push on the weekly. So this is trending down nicely. Look at the footprint. It's just selling. So if we get a pullback, we're going to have to take a shot. And if it's wrong, it's wrong, right? That's okay. Ultra bonds, yeah, still congesting. I mean, if ultra bonds gives me another pocket back up here, I might not be able to resist because it just looks like I love the short side against all this resistance. You know, one time, two times. If it does it again, I might have to just take a little risk and see if I can get some grocery money, even though it's technically not the process I'm doing right now, but nothing else is happening. We'll see. Here's the 30-year, also very tight. Crude and the energies just ranging. We're not missing anything. The grains are ranging. The meats had some nice reversals up here. I mean, the meats, nice. But again, I've talked about that. There wasn't enough range expansion for me on that yet. Hogs could be a good short up here near the daily extension if you get a signal. Feeder cattle didn't really give a great short up here. There's live cattle, some good profit taking. So big move down. I mean, at this point, cattle's trending pretty good. So even there, I might have missed that while I was talking. That's, you know, we're trending down at that point. That's a pretty good pocket. You're back under the daily DML. That could have been a good short. I mean, it was a good short, obviously, looking at it, but I'm always trying to look and go, okay, did I miss anything? And I could have missed that. I think if I would have seen that and thought about it, I could have taken a shot. But that's okay. It's a lot of markets. You know, sometimes you're going to miss things. So now with feeder cattle, I mean, live cattle looks weaker. So I think that was the pullback. So wheat, nothing. Platinum waiting. So that's kind of the summary of where we're at. Copper also waiting. I can get rid of the lower time period. All right. So Zest for living, unless things close, I'll carry my PL short over unless things change. Are you short platinum, Zest? Is that what you mean? Just gonna use the restroom real quick, guys, while we're waiting. From last night. Oh, nice. Good call. Good spot up there. Yeah, I'd hold it. I think we're going quite a bit lower. Could be a good hold. Yeah. That's a nice short there on platinum. Nice job. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna use the restroom. All right. What do we got for alerts? We got the hogs heading higher. I mean, here, this is the thing too. You just, guys, this is a team effort. You know, I'm one guy with one brain. I'm focusing on things, but you know, hogs, since I'm not looking for a short, you know, we got to see if we're going to keep pushing higher on hogs and we get a pullback, it could be a good opportunity to buy hogs while we still have some room in the trend. You know, we'll have to see if we get a decent pullback. I need like a note taker. So to remind me of what I said about things. Because when I'm scrolling through, I say things. That's one difference. Like if I was with myself, I take notes and look at them, but I'm talking to you guys the whole time, which is good. I like it. So that's the Russell. We got a ping. If we get a nice flash pattern, like if the Russell tries to start trending up here and then gives a reverse pattern up here, I will definitely short the Russell. I mean, definitely. The lower time period needs to confirm it, obviously, but you guys know what I mean. You guys get it. You guys are picking up what I'm laying down. Gold, yeah. So let's just quickly, I always like to do this when there's a lull. Say, okay, am I missing anything? Let's just summarize, you know, the first 2.5 hours of the day. So ES, have I missed anything? No, I'm not trading congestion. My analysis video from last night for the members said that I expected a choppy day and to not really, you know, don't count on a big move. Of course, we never know what's going to happen. We want to see what happens in Asia and London, but coming into New York, you could already see that was valid. So I'm not missing anything for me on the ES, right? NQ is the same. I'm not dealing with that. Dow is the same. Now, the Dow did give a little bit of a flash here into an extension at the high of day. You are at some daily resistance, but in my view, you don't have enough of a range expansion there. That's why I didn't take that. So I don't feel like I've missed anything on the Dow. Now the Russell has a little bit of a bigger range. And if we got into a decent trend up here somewhere, push the high of day higher up into this daily resistance level, and I got a signal to short up there, I could consider that, definitely. But so far, I don't feel like I've missed anything on the Russell. Gold as well. We are trending down, but we're only now starting to expand that range. So let's see what happens. Silver, pretty congestive. Copper. Now, this was the one, you know, I'm making a mental note for myself. I really liked that. That was the correct decision. It just did not come back for the entry, and that happens. But that's okay. Good read. Platinum, you know, waiting for a decent pullback in the trend run down. Just waiting. Ultra bonds, I did like this short a lot, but not part of the process right now. But I may not be able to resist if it goes back up there. So we'll see. Crude oil, heating oil, gasoline, all choppy. Waiting, nat gas choppy, grains choppy. And then I would say the one I probably missed, I don't want to say I missed that reversal because, again, the range wasn't expanded yet. But for sure, if I was paying more attention, that is a nice trend run down on cattle. That is a beautiful VolPro Edge pocket. The extension's holding. That's nice. So, yeah, I would say I kind of wish I would have been in on that. But overall, following the process, feeling good in terms of about following the process, not forcing the issue on what are, for the most part, shitty markets, and just waiting for our setups to come to us. So I always like to do a state check during the day. Am I in balance? Am I following my process? And when the answer is yes, that's a nice feeling inside. If it's like, no, I'm being a moron and I'm forcing my will on the market, you know, then it's time to like take a step back, breathe, and go, hey, stop being an idiot, you know? This is why victim consciousness will never work in trading, right? Because you've got to take immense personal responsibility with trading. And that's also why you can start by taking immense personal responsibility in your life, and that will come over to your trading, right? For people who think the market is rigged, which it is, but if you let that affect you and you think it's out to get you and forget it. Like go find a cheaper hobby, right? Every single amazing trader that I know is just the opposite of woke, right? So it's really important to realize that. And the sooner you do, the more likely you are to have success. Does that make sense to you guys? I'm just kind of saying what comes to my mind, but I think these are the types of things you're not going to hear on other streams. And I think these are the things that are super important to hear. So we got to order, so crude, nothing. Heating oil, alert. Heating oil could be breaking out. But let's just give it a chance. Platinum, look at the footprint. Red, red, red. We like that. Whereas if you contrast that to the up day on platinum, well, that was all green there. Well, and then the shorts. This is probably why that fueled, because you had short. It was squeezing the hell out of the shorts. The footprint I use here and there. You don't need it for VolPro Edge. Sometimes I use it. Sometimes I ignore it. I'm 100% way more focused on VolPro Edge and what I'm seeing. But it's nice to know other sellers are aggressive. Nat gas, still just kind of hanging out. I do think this could break out. Look, copper, gold, there's silver, there's gold. They're kind of just sitting here, right? I mean, what's nice about bonds is when they congest, it's kind of a clean market. So I'm gonna watch this. If we punch up here to the high of day, to that extension, and it holds, and you're into all that, I'm probably gonna have to short it. And if it loses, I will be okay with it, because I will say, well, is it what are we trending, and is it a reversal? Well, it's not the kind, it would be a reversal, but it's not, it's in congestion. So technically I would be kind of stepping outside a little bit, but it's a well thought out. I have a lot of reasons for wanting to short that. So I'd make a note that this was a very conscious decision. Like I think in Market Wizards, he asked somebody, I can't remember who it was. Like somebody said that sometimes they'll break their rules, and then Jack Schwager was like, well, what do you mean sometimes? And the guy was just like, yeah, if I have rules, but if I really think through a decision and I feel that I am going to break a rule, I'll break it. And that's, for me, these are, my process in terms of the trades I'm looking for right now. Those are my rules. But on a trade like this, like, yeah, even here, had I been more willing to say, look, that's just a fantastic short. If the lower time period takes it, I mean, I don't want to say free money, but kind of. It's just a beautiful setup. So we don't necessarily want to leave, if we're waiting for other things and we're following, and then there's just like a little bit of money over there in the corner, we can go pick it up. I don't think that's a bad thing. Just don't want to get distracted. That's what I'm trying to say. Hope this makes sense for you guys. So platinum, we've still got 900 contracts, which in 800, 900 can take a while. But if we get a decent punch up into, so this would be a congestion resistance zone I would like to take a shot at. And like I said, it could be that this trend run is over now and it goes like this, and that's the low of the day. But I don't feel like there's any reason we shouldn't test down to the extension today. So I'm going to have to bet on that. Ultra Bond still has about 2,300 contracts left to see if that punches up. So you're just getting little clean trend runs. See, this is also how you can see that the congestion action is clean on the higher time period. You see clean trend run up, clean trend run down, clean trend run up. And let's see if we get a reversal bar, and then we get clean trend run down. And that is one that I still like here. If you get in there and you short confirmation, add. I don't know if I'd add again because you're kind of getting toward the target area, but definitely good for a couple of ads and clean. Especially if this could exhaust, like if this pushes. So let's keep an eye on that. So we just got the alert on Ultra Bonds. We'll bring that up on my Top Step accounts. Cool that you can trade Ultra Bonds on Top Step. Bummer that you can't trade them on Tradeify, that's for sure. It's just up near the high a day where I'm very interested in shorting the bonds. And if it's a loss, I can live with that because I got a lot of reasons to think it's going to continue to be capped up there. So we'll see if we're going to short some Ultra Bonds. And still the same principle applies. If we get in on a good short and you can see that selling comes in and it's working, then we will hold and we will add. And I mean, I would just hold basically, you know, until the lower time period tells me not to hold anymore. And I'll keep adding as well. I mean, on my Top Step accounts, all of them I think are good for 5 contracts each if I need to. So there's the close on the bonds. You're in the pocket, but to be honest, for me, especially now I'm interested in taking this because nothing else is happening at the moment. I like this one better because you got close to the high a day. So right here, I wouldn't want to get involved. I would want this to try and maybe push up here, maybe even try to do that. And then, so I'm going to wait closer to high a day. But we'll keep an eye on it. And it could just drop from here. But for me, that's not acceptable because we're in the middle of the range and that's not what I'm doing now. You know, kind of right in there. Hope that makes sense for you guys. So Nasdaq and soybean oil. So Nasdaq just kind of ranging here. Soybean oil maybe starting to break out. And I think we talked about soybean oil earlier, right, guys? Said, hey, if this thing gets lower, we could be setting up a flash. But I mean, look at 45. I mean, a lot of support down there that we could be headed towards. If we start to really trend down, we may have to look to jump on a soybean oil trend run to the short side. So keep an eye on soybean oil. Remind me about that when the alerts go off. Right here, I don't want to take that, but we'll keep an eye on it. Copper sitting, platinum. I want it to punch a little higher. Here's Ultra Bonds. So like I said, even if that confirms, I'm still not going to take it. You see, that's why I like the Ultra Bonds as compared to the 30-year. This is the 30-year. You see, it's just the Ultra Bonds give you more bang for your buck. There's silver. Still kind of waiting. Very slow Friday, but look, we're doing good. You know, these are the kind of days where if it's a slow day like this, it's end of the week, people, especially, you know, non-experienced people, they start to get anxious that the weekend is coming and they're going to miss out on all their opportunities, and then they start to force their will onto these markets, and then they lose a lot of money, and then they end the day feeling like shit, and then they feel like shit the whole weekend, and then they come back and do it again next week because they don't learn from their mistakes. So these are easy markets to get sucked into and just not do well because they're quiet and they lead to boredom. So if you're not good at handling boredom, you should learn to handle that. So here is feeder cattle trending down, true, but still up here. Whereas live cattle, you know, that was the spot. We'll watch, keep an eye. Now you come into some support. Platinum got 700 contracts to go, but not a lot going on. Ultra bonds. Just going to keep an eye on these, wait for the alert, see what happens. How are you guys doing? Do you have a good week? Having a good day? Let me know in the chat. I'm going to refill my water here. All right, guys, got some water. Yeah, I'm hungry too. I gotta soon just maybe grab a little bite. I usually eat later. It's only 9:40 here in the morning in Costa Rica. It's 11:40 Eastern. So let's see what we got. Just scrolling through. ES trying to dump a little. Nasdaq. Dow. Russell. Just kind of hoping the Russell will get a little higher. Gold, silver. So if they're starting to dump, maybe copper and platinum will get going. Heating oil still kind of hanging out. Gasoline's kind of trending here a little bit, but Yeah, this would have been a nice trend to ride from platinum from here, from London. Because you also got to be aware, look at the average daily range for platinum. This is one thing I'm thinking about now. You know, when we first identified this, had this given a little pop like that, that would have been a better spot to get on board because look at the range here, 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 right? And now look at this. We've probably already made the entire average daily range. So you got to be careful shorting. It doesn't mean we won't go lower like I'm thinking we could, but it's something that's got to go through your mind. That's why for those of you who are trying to trade trends, I talked about this in that video. Like, make sure you're aware of the average daily range. Sure, some days you can get major range expansion, but just be aware of that. So platinum just triggered us. Gonna have to, especially here, like not being aggressive, getting in, like this. It's gotta give me a congestion resistance level here on the higher time period. Soybean oil. Quite a lot of volume coming in here on soybean oil because the average daily volume is about 40,000, which is why I have this chart set to 4,000, 10%. But you're already doing quite a bit of bars. So that also tells you if there's more volume coming into this market and it's dropping, then that's kind of a legit trend run. So soybean oil, I'd be, if we got a pop, I'd short it. You say, well, why don't I short here? Because for me, my stop would have to go here, and that's actually where I would want to enter, back in here. And many, many days I will get that. You could, if you're the type of trader where you just can't stand being out of a trade, and if you short here, fine, but then your stop has to go behind the true average. And it may be good, that may just, push, but it's not the way I like to do it. So ES and QYM, Russell, gold, silver, copper, platinum is about to close, but not giving us anything yet. The bonds, I'm still interested, but way up here, that was a beauty. See, on the bonds too, guys, it's one contract is $1,000. I think it's like is it $31.25 a tick? Is that right? Something like that. So from 12 to 25 is 19 ticks, right? So that's almost 2/3. That's like $650, something like that. 680. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Zest. I always get that mixed up. I'm like, is it 31? Is it 32.20? It is 31.25. Yeah. So you can make some good money on that, especially if you catch that there. Contract one is good for about, where would I get out of this realistically? I mean, I literally would. It doesn't always work like this, but on this one, with that closing there, not attacking the low a day, I would just get out because you're in a pocket and I don't want to stay short against that. I mean, certainly I would get out when the lower time period moves inside the envelope and goes for congestion entrance up. But, generally speaking, let's just look at live cattle real quick because we might as well teach and go over things, right? So here's a nice little pop on cattle back to that resistance level. You are trending down. Now, I don't want to short cattle just for the heck of it. But it could be. I don't really have. I like on this one how you've got the extension protecting you, whereas this one, the extension is down here. And what that means is that there's more support. So I'm not going to mess with that. There's other things I see too here. So the Dow, and we'll get back to the bonds because it's just important to show you guys what's possible. So the Dow, yeah, it's doing what it's doing. So back to bonds, you know, certainly getting out there, but on this one with that pocket. But so let's just see here. This is what you want. Contract one is good for about, that, like I said, 700 bucks ish. But then contract two is probably good for like 500, and contract three is probably good for, another 300 or something. So, that move right there, you pyramid that in a smart way, you're looking at 1,500 bucks. That's pretty nice. For me, on 3 XFAs, that'd be $4,500, right? So that's a nice move. And these are the kind of things we're gonna be doing. I know I sound kind of monotone, like a what do you say on that radio station? Is it the public, the NPR, the National Public Radio? That's how they talk like. And today we're gonna have our guest, Sheila. She wrote a book about communicating with dogs. Let's talk to Sheila. I know I sound like that today. I'm just very mellow today. Probably my headache, but I'm very happy. I hope you guys are happy. So we got a alert for soybeans. I mean, I could see soybeans dropping here, but it would need to, get going, give us a little pullback. So we'll just keep monitoring. So yeah, on the bonds, that's the kind of thing, And even there in Asia, you had a very similar situation right there with that pocket that we talked about in the end of day analysis, and then bang, and then short, add, get out down. I mean, it's good money, and adding and holding, man, that's the key. I've always known that, of course, but it's just hit me so hard lately. Like, just add and hold. Sorry, guys, I'm cracking my knuckles. Don't do that often. I used to do it more. All right, so yes, I told you I got some knots. But like I said, here in Costa Rica, especially where we live by the beach here, it's not real massages. It's the kind of massage you don't want if you're married and you're not into that kind of thing. So to get like a real massage, I think it's kind of hard to find. I'll ask. My dad's visiting. He's a very, very big guy. Like, dad, just he worked with his hands his whole life, so he's just got like hands of steel. I'll be like, dad, can you just dig into my shoulders for 2 seconds? But he's very macho, so he's like, he'll like do it begrudgingly. Like, if I shake my dad's hands, like he could literally crush every bone in my hand if he wanted to. And he's 72 and he still could. All right, let's look at yes. Yeah, just kind of right here in the middle. Russell, look, the Russell, I mean, could still try to get something going. I'm content to wait. Copper still, whatever. Platinum going to close here in 14 contracts. Yeah, that could dump down. I could see that, but I just can't take that there. Ultra bonds. We're just waiting. And it's the same down here, guys. Like, I wouldn't have taken this long because I like to trade where I think the daily, I like that resistance level. I like that daily flash. So that's why I would like that. But I mean, that's a pocket. Didn't touch low a day. It already reversed out of there one time. You got a nice little range here. So with that pocket, even if you wanted to say, okay, I'm just going to go for it. If the lower time period confirms, well, right there, you know, there's your, look at the footprint, 508 buying, enters congestion up, bang, you can buy it. I don't do that, but I'm just giving you guys ideas. I'm probably too conservative, to be honest. That's just the way I've always been. But now I'm going to get more focused, channeled aggressive with the holding and adding and looking for those runners. So soybean oil, wait and see. You've already done quite a range expansion here. Could expand more. Wouldn't be surprised to see ES push back up. You're in congestion. You're in the middle of the range, of the daily range, so I wouldn't like that. It's better if the congestion patterns match up with the high a day or the low a day. But you've got a nice pocket here on ES. Your extension, congestion, DMLs held perfectly. You sucked back up inside the envelope bottom. You got that congestion DML. So I wouldn't be surprised to see ES do that. But it's not something I would take. And even if I was going to take it, I would look at the lower time period here. So you would want it to enter congestion up. Right now it's kind of grinding lower with a trend run. So you'd want to wait for a close above the middle of the envelope. So yeah, you get in a little bit later with that type of confirmation, but you at least, you know, the lower time period is at least telling you that it's starting to go in the direction that you want. What's up, Tim? Oh, you're a massage therapist, dude. Okay, that's no, I like that. I'm trying to find a massage around here without that. It's very difficult. Yeah, I need a good deep. I got the knots going. I think it's just, you know, lots of stress lately with the new baby arriving and new scheduling and all that kind of stuff. So one good massage will kind of work out all the knots. That's funny though. Let's see. We got an alert for hogs. Probably a pullback to push up here. It's pretty extended. I don't want to just take it to take it, but hogs have been, it's been the only market going up today. I wonder if that tells us something. There's your pullback. Would I want to buy some hogs on my Tradeify just to trade hogs for once and kind of get familiar with it? Maybe. I could maybe do that. Because I do kind of need to get familiar with hogs. Yesterday we did feeder cattle. I mean, we're pretty extended here, but that's a pocket. It's pulling back. You know, your congestion support level, you're trending down here, but if hogs tried to enter congestion up, I could maybe buy some hogs just for fun. So let's just do this one while we're waiting because I want to familiarize myself with hogs. Plus, I want Tradeify going. Somebody traded hogs today? Oh, but it looks like we may not even get the chance because it's already pushing up. Because it would need to be down in here. Nice pocket, trend up. They beat us to the punch. But, you know, we may get, now we enter congestion, so that's valid, confirming the pocket. So if we got a punch down here like that, and the extension held, and the trend support low held, I would buy that for a potential move like that. And then my stop would just be right below there. That making sense? Meanwhile, bonds, you see how you just use the lower time period, especially, I mean, for those of you, I think, just in my opinion, not that TradingView is bad, but for those of you who really, really want to go for it, um, now that Sierra Charts is available and, you know, pretty much working, we still have some slight latency issues to work out, but really, if you're not scalping, the latency doesn't really matter, but we're going to get it fixed anyways. But um, if you just put like a couple $100 into a brokerage account at like AMP or something, I think AMP is literally like $100 buy-in. So put 100 or $200 into an AMP account, let it sit there, and then with that brokerage account, you can get the super cheap data from Sierra, CME bundle, and you get the Sierra package 11. I'm not like sponsored by Sierra. I don't get any money from them, but with the brokerage account, you get the cheap data and package 11, and I'll give you the, you know, VolPro Edge indicators, DLL. I mean, it's like, what is it? Those of you who have Sierra, is it with package 11 and then the data, is it, do we pay 55 a month, 60 a month? I can't remember. But with TradingView, I pay $60 a month, I think, for TradingView. And I think Sierra is actually like 55. And Sierra, when you can dial into the volume charts, in my personal opinion, is way better. So, Luke, I don't know if it's not available for Mac. You could definitely run it on, you know, like a, what do you call it? Like a virtual PC. So you could have a virtual PC on your Mac, you know, like a ghost on your Mac. And then you could run that Sierra charts on that application. Can you pay more, Ralph, if you pay Sierra in advance? I didn't know that. Where do you see that? Oh, shit. I've been paying monthly. I had no idea you could do that. I'm an idiot. I got to change that. So what if you pay for a year? What can you get Sierra for? Oh, wow. Can you get it once you already have it? Holy moly. Oh gosh, guys. Guys, if Sierra Charts is like $28 plus the data, which is like, what'd you say it is, Ralph? $6, yeah. So you could get like a year for $34 a month. I mean, that is stupid cheap for, in my opinion, the best trading platform out there. I have to have TradingView because that's how I share my indicators with you guys who have TradingView. But if I wasn't, you know, doing that for VolPro Edge, I wouldn't have TradingView. I would have Sierra Charts because it's just beautiful. You guys see how clean the volume charts are, right? I mean, so we got heating oil still sitting there. Hogs, we're going to go back to gasoline. Yeah, it's trending, but it's kind of, if we get a pullback in gasoline, maybe. Crude is kind of the same. So let's go back. Oh, wow. Look at hogs. They really beat us to the punch there, guys, huh? But you see, we're in the ballpark. I mean, we could have got long there if that had just closed down there, or at least the lower time period, you know, give us a little opportunity, but just bang, and look at all that volume for hogs. Beautiful. I wonder how much that would have been worth on hogs. We'll figure out hogs. We'll get there. This is why, you see how it's just, for me, I practice what I preach. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I'm like, look, I've never really traded hogs. I'm not going to become like a hog, but I'm going to learn these other weird markets. And using VolPro Edge on all these markets works. So now you're getting, there's your flash, high a day. You can see the selling coming in. They probably ramped it up quickly like that, you know. So the question is this now giving us a short for hogs for a reversal? Potentially, but I would wait. I would wait for, even though you have a flash here, that's a very strong trend run, right? So I wouldn't try to short that. In this case, I would wait for this. If this enters congestion down, then yeah, then I could try to short against that extension, and maybe you'd get a nice little reversal on hogs. So we can keep our eye out for that. Although hogs are going to be closing in about 2 hours at 2:05 p.m. Eastern. But pretty cool to see that. Okay, wow, that's amazing, Ralph. Thank you. Where you add the funds. Okay, I can't believe I've never seen that. My gosh, I've been flushing money down the toilet. I'm going to make that change immediately. So let's just see the indices. There's Russell. Gold. I mean, gold hasn't even moved like in 10, 20, 30 minutes. Silver either. Copper's pushing a little bit. Platinum, we got the close, but I already gave you my reasons why I can't touch it there. Ultra bonds, you know, pushing. But I would want it close. It's just better when it tries to go after that high a day, you know? So I got to make myself a note about Sierra charts. So I'd highly recommend that, you guys. And, you know, running the algos, that's definitely, to begin with, going to be on Sierra charts, because running them on the volume-based charts is just way better. There's hogs again. Here comes some selling in the ultra bonds. That could be the reversal. Let's see. I want to see where. Nah, I'm not going to take, because this was just better. You got the flash close to the high a day. You got the true average right there. I mean, that's just so nice. Whereas this one, yeah, you're in a pocket, and I know there is resistance here for sure. And this definitely could go back down here, especially if the lower time frame confirms it with a entrance to congestion entrance down here. But I still, since I'm kind of like stepping a little bit outside my, I'm not really changing my process. I'm just open to taking something in congestion. I would not feel good in my, I wouldn't feel good if this lost, because I'd be like, yeah, I was kind of forcing it. This one, had I had this mindset and taken it and it lost, I would have felt fine, because like, no, that was a good trade. This one here, I have reasons to not take it, so I'm just going to watch. Of course, you have to wait till the lower time period enters congestion down anyways, which this may not do. But I was just trying to debate, even if this does enter congestion to the downside, would I be interested in, like, no. Doesn't mean it won't work. That's just where I'm at with it, right? So platinum for bonds. Isn't this fun though, guys? I mean, I really enjoy cycling through these, just looking for awesome setups and talking about all these markets and just becoming very comfortable with all these different markets. Cattle. So that pocket had an effect on price there with cattle, but I don't really. The better one was there. So you get Nasdaq. Look, Nasdaq means just doing nothing. ES, so there was the pattern we talked about. Let's see if the lower time frame. Okay, it hasn't gone for congestion entrance up now, but this still has a lot of contracts to trade. If it enters congestion here and just sits there, probably not a bad buy, but if it keeps going and enters congestion up here, that's kind of hard. You can't really chase it up there. So you'd have to bet right now, like, okay, this is going to stay up here. I mean, I'm not going to do it, but for those of you trading ES, that's some support there. But I would wait because you got these DMLs against you and you're in the middle of the range here. I just don't see the point anymore in I don't want to put my capital and my mental at risk to get like 5 points, or 8 points. Like if I want 100 points on the Nasdaq, I want a solid, whatever that would be on ES, 40, 50 points. That just makes more sense to me. So gold just has not moved. Be nice if the Russell, I think we could get a good little potential short up here on the Russell, depending. I have to see how it looks when we get there. Silver, copper, not much. Platinum and ultra bonds. So we're waiting. Yeah, that was smart, Jacob. The quarterly. I would have done that too if I was you. I would do that if I was everybody. I can understand the annual is, even with 20 off is a stretch, but the quarterly, 20 off of that, I think that's a lot of value. So I'm happy you made that choice and you made the right choice. I would have done that. So far, a few people have made that choice. I think that was the good choice. Because I don't even know what that breaks down to. Let me check. I don't even know. But it's cheap. Yeah, 20 off for the quarter. Yeah. That's a good call. 159. All right. So bonds, just keep an eye on them just for fun. And you see too how, I don't know how you guys feel, but when I flip back and forth between 22 markets using VolPro Edge to look for specific setups that give us the opportunity to catch runners, hold, add, it's just more relaxing, right? Because you're less tempted when you're staring at one market, watching every tick, it'll just suck you in to make mistakes. And that's what the market is designed to do. So I love this approach from the patient's perspective as well. So let's see here. We got feeder cattle, not doing a whole lot right now. Hogs, most fun to see that explode out of the pocket. And it's still pushing. Big day for hogs, for sure. But hogs are wild. You see, all that volume came in a span of minutes. It looks like hogs is melting to the moon. Maybe we're going to get a bacon shortage. So cattle, soybean oil, meal's not doing anything. Soybeans are kind of trying to break out. Wheat and corn are just abysmal. Nat gas, choppy. All the energies, yeah, they're leaking lower, but they're still pretty choppy. 30-year, here's the ultra. Platinum just hasn't done anything in a while. Copper's trying to push back here. I mean, I think copper is going to be weak the whole day. If it comes back into a pocket up here, I'm not going to take it because, again, it's not near the high of day. It hasn't tagged the high of day. It's like in the middle of the range. If I lost on that trade, I would look back on it and go, it's in the middle of the range, Andy. Like, why? And then that would not make me happy. All right, so there's corn. We already looked at corn. We just got an alert. Can you guys hear when the alerts go off in the mic? That was a corn alert. We already checked corn. Silver sitting here. Gold hasn't moved in 3 months. Russell could be a potential reversal play up here, depending. So, I mean, guys, this is a very, very, very slow Friday. So, that is what it is. Hey, what's up, David? David, I used a Spanish phrase earlier today, but I didn't have any Spaniards to verify the authenticity of my phrase. Can you verify it? I said gallo en la garganta. Does that mean a frog in the throat? Well, for the new DLL, as far as I know from Tim, I don't know about from you, David, but Tim, have you been able to at least get them? They're working correctly. The problem now is that when you have the higher time period charts open, you get a few seconds of latency. And when you close them, you get a couple seconds of latency. That's kind of where we're at, right? Other than that, you know, it's good. Because then I got to talk to Jonas. We've got to go into the server and see why that latency is there. And we'll do our best to make it as low as possible. But again, I don't think that latency is a problem unless you're like literally scalping, which, if you know, I understand, we'll do our best to get rid of it. But so let me know, David, how that's working for you as well. No, Ralph, the DLLs will download automatically for you. So, um, so the DLLs are in there. All you have to do is, if I believe I have the DLLs as well in here, you just go to studies and then you go add custom study. And then here at the bottom, you'll have, I got two because I was doing the debug, but you'll have VolPro Edge indicators live. So use this on your live trading charts. And then you have VolPro Edge indicators backtest, client backtests. You'll have live and backtest, and yours will say client, and use that for backtesting. So just make sure you always have, like, let's say on the daily chart, you want to use the backtest indicators. You know, you want to set that, let's say the input to 200 on the VolPro Edge. You want to go back 200 daily bars or 300 daily bars. That's fine. Just set your daily data back on that chart to like 500 or 600 to get more data than you need, or you'll get, it looks funky. And the reason for that is the way that the array is working and how much is being called. You have to go back further than you think because of the data it needs to calculate, right? Yeah. So is that clear, Ralph? I think you'll be good on that. Let's see, David. Frog in Spanish is rana. Okay, maybe this is Mexican Spanish because I did learn it in high school from my Spanish teacher, but he had spent a lot of time in Mexico, not Spain. So I would be curious. We'll check this. We'll check the Mexican Spanish versus the Spanish, David. Okay, Tim, the more charts added, the slower it gets. It slows down Sierra as a whole. Okay, I see. Yep. we're gonna have to troubleshoot this because it could be a server thing, but we're gonna have to see. It could be a computer thing, right? I'll test it on the new laptop I got. I have 40 gigs of RAM, 40, which is insanely powerful, and I will run everything on that and see. It could be a RAM issue. We'll get to the bottom of it. Okay, cool, David. Oh, you'll have to, yeah. And the ones I shared, Ralph, just remove the VolPro Edge indicator study that's in there and then re-add the new ones that you'll see that have been automatically downloaded to your add custom study. I know it's a pain. You got to remove and add, but I mean, it just takes a couple minutes. It's not that bad. So Cam, I mean, you need package 11 and you can put $100 in an AMP account and then you'll get the cheap data for like $6 a month, the CME bundle. You don't need level 2 for the DOM to see where the orders are sitting. I think that's a waste of money, but you can get it if you want. But you need package 11 and you need to open an AMP account so you can get the cheap data with Sierra. And then what was news to me is that if you pay monthly, it's like $50 a month. That's what I pay. I had no idea you could pay quarterly or annually. If you pay annually, it knocks it down to like $28 a month for Sierra package 11 and $6 for the data. So that's, I mean, super cheap. And I would just have Sierra if I were you guys. It's really not that difficult once you learn how to use Sierra. It's a tiny bit of a learning curve, but the capabilities with Sierra is way, way more powerful. Oh, it's a chicken in the throat. Okay, thanks, Jose. Good. So we got some good Spanish speakers in here. Jose, is that so? Oh yeah, you're right. Gallo. Yeah, you're right. Gallo, chicken. Yeah. Yeah, because we have a store on the main street here in Jaco that's called Gallo. It's an electronics store, and there's a big chicken coming out. So cool. A chicken in the throat. Gallo en la garganta. So I messed it up. Yep, got it. That's funny. That's when you can't speak. My high school Spanish teacher, I'll never forget. That's the only thing I remember from high school Spanish. Chicken in the throat. Yeah, I get it. You'll get there, Ralph. I mean, we're getting there. No worries, Cam. Yeah, look, we all help each other. I got help from Ralph and some of the others that said you could buy Sierra, annually. I had no idea. I'm sitting here wasting money. So that's nice. Yeah, it's a tight, tricky day, Supreme. You were getting lunch after all. Cool, Ralph. So yeah, I've already seen since I posted the announcement in the members area that, those of you who are on the wait list, I said because you're on the wait list, you're going to get the wait list price because you were here from the beginning. So what I did though, that was, I think extra special was that I made it so that if you want to use that wait list price, you can do it on quarterly or annually if you want. But even just doing on the quarterly, it knocks you way down. So, I, I think that's a good choice. That's what I would do because it makes it a lot cheaper. Not that it's expensive in the first place, but that's what I would do. And if you haven't seen that, go to the announcements in the Discord. And if you do monthly, there's an automatic now free trial for a week there, so you get 5 weeks for your first month. So that's good. And guys, in the future, let's say but when VolPro Edge has a sufficient amount of users, let's say 100, 200, 300, then, in terms of operating expenses and everything else, I would probably, for everybody, lower the price a little bit because there's more people contributing, to VolPro Edge. So, we'll see how that goes. But for now, I think it's extremely reasonable for what you get. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Ralph. Yeah, I give you guys my all every single day, and I I'm trying to just give you as much value as I can and over deliver. And I think, the fact that somebody who doesn't know how to trade will spend $150 on a Top Step eval. Well, if you sign up quarterly, you're basically getting around that price, and then you actually can learn how to trade. I think the value is enormous because people put the cart before the horse. They start flushing money down the tubes on evals and things and going around to the Furus, and then it's like all this money is gone with nothing to show for it. So, it's better to just it's like it's a business, right? It's like, okay, I'm going to sign up for quarterly or whatever. Yeah, it's an investment of a few $100, but I'm actually going to apply myself and learn VolPro Edge. And then once I have a handle on VolPro Edge and I paper trade it and I'm comfortable, then I'm going to go out and start doing some challenges. And, it's a process, right? Everybody wants to go from point A to point Z overnight, and that's not realistic. Okay, is that Kayate? What is Kayate, Tim? Or Jose? Or David? Kayate? Cállate la boca. Oh, quiet. Like shut up, right? Or be quiet. Cállate la boca, right? I was like, what's cállate? Yeah, cállate. I don't read much Spanish. I can understand a bit when I'm speaking with people, but so, and we're working on NinjaTrader. What Jonas is trying to figure out with NinjaTrader. Yeah, that's like shut up. Yeah, cállate la boca. That's funny. Okay, yeah, good to know. NinjaTrader, Jonas is trying to figure out, like with Sierra, we can make calls to the server, so you can kind of go outside and make calls. But with NinjaTrader, he needs to see if that's possible, and if it's not, we're gonna have to figure something out for NinjaTrader. But hopefully it's possible. I should have that answer soon. And then once he figures out if he can get outside, then it should be quite easy to develop NinjaTrader because we already have Sierra Charts as the framework, the template with the server and all that kind of stuff. All right, so hopefully we're not missing anything while I'm talking. That was hogs, feeder, and soybean meal. So hogs, just wow, nice. Feeder and meal. No, okay. So take a look. Man, the thunder last night was off the charts. I was sound asleep and I woke up. I don't know what time it was, but here in Costa Rica by the beach, this time of year is the rainy season. I guess it lasts 8 months, but the thunder was just incredible. And the rain we get is amazing. I like the rainy season, actually. There's not a lot of tourists here. It's a little more, it's cooler. It's like a little more fresh. Believe me, it's not cool, but it's not like as baking as the main season. The surf is better, although you got to watch crocodiles, freshwater crocs coming out of the estuaries because they get lost and come out in the ocean. So if you see a head like this coming at you and you're surfing, it's not a good sign. Where were you, Ralph, when you came? Okay, thanks, Supreme. Have a good one, man. Cheers. Anybody else been to Costa Rica besides Ralph? I know Ralph. Yeah. Now I remember. I remember our conversation about that. Yeah, exactly. So you've been right where I am, which is super funny. That was kind of a sign from God. You know, it's like how many people have been to Jaco and Hermosa? Lily goes to school in Hermosa now. There's a school there called Casa de Niños. It's like a Montessori-ish Waldorf school and beautiful. It's in a beautiful nature setting right by the mountains, you know, like 5 minutes from the beach. They got a little river running through it. Really pretty. Oh yeah. Well, Ralph, just keep plugging away here and you'll have the option to move here if you want. I have no doubts. I really don't. Yeah, I mean, I love it. It's growing on me a lot. Like at the first we've been here now 3 months, I think. You guys probably know my schedule better than I do, but when I was in Malta, I think I left Malta. I think no, 4 months maybe. Yeah, we've been here 4 months, but in Jaco 3 months, Escazú 1 month, San Jose, and then we were for the birth, you know, in San Jose. But yeah, we've been in Costa Rica now for 4 months, and it's growing on me a lot. I like Costa Rica. The people are fantastic. I mean, super friendly people. Wouldn't it be nice if this market could give us some opportunities? I love that. The people are amazing in Costa Rica. Very sweet. The ticos and the ticas. But to be honest, people are really nice everywhere. Like in Spain, the Spanish people were wonderful. All right, Trump must be tweeting. We got stuff happening. I'll tell life stories later. Stocks are dropping. Cattle. Let's wait. Bonds. Little bar here. Not much going on with bonds. Let's wait. NQ. We're starting to see the volume is picking up. You guys hear the ping, ping, ping? Can you hear that? So it's good. It tells us something's happening. Yep, cool drop. What's up, Adam? Oh, you're back? Did you leave, Adam, and come back? I can't remember. Or you been here? So Nasdaq pushing down. Let's see if we can get congestion entrance. I'm gonna wait. See if we get a trend run going. You guys, if you want to do something and you want my opinion, let me know. I'm happy to give you feedback. The Dow also flushing. Let's wait. ES flushing. So you got I think you just got a little flush here, low a day. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but look at all this support right here on ES. Let's see. This is a critical level, right? And so there's a lightning flash on the 20,000 right there for ES. You see that lightning flash? So let's see. I wouldn't buy that, but what I would want to see is if this stabilizes and if this starts to enter congestion up, that could be the start of the move back up. I'm not saying this is why you have the lower time period. This is why volume charts are fantastic. So just for those of you who trade ES, watch that, okay? Crude. Same thing with crude. You're resting on those. So look, if crude starts to break through these DMLs, could get a nice afternoon trend run on crude. If we break, that's a lot of support there on the daily, right? So let's see what happens. Let's just quickly scan through. So ES, I'm not going to trade this because I'm trading my system, but I think this looks weak. I would love for these DMLs to break and, you know, get something going to the downside. But if you were ever tempted to buy, that's why I'm pointing that out. Don't catch a falling knife. Wait for this to show you evidence with congestion entrance up, right? That's important. Lots of risk off, Zest. Yeah, for sure. Everything's dropping at the same time, which is nice. Maybe we'll get some movement and our patience. You see, guys, is there anything worse? So it's like heating oil and copper's moving. So heating oil's trying to break here. Let's look at copper. So, okay, well, we got risk off. Now, copper, we have a decision to make. Do we consider this a trend run down. Well, by VolPro Edge standards, yes, you got 3 closes. We're not really making lower highs and lows. I mean, kind of, but not really. The DMLs don't look bad. You got a pocket, but you're in the middle of the range. Everything else is selling off. I kind of just, it would be an emotional trade for me because I'm in the middle of the range here. So the trend I want, like looking more like a trend, like, yeah, we're trending, but we're trending within a congestion range. So I just can't justify that. Although I would bet on it dropping if everything else is dropping. But that's just the way I'm going to roll on that one. What I was going to say is, isn't it nice being patient? And then, you know, imagine if you get cut up, spit out, chopped up on that choppy, crappy stuff. And then when the moves start happening, all your powder is gone and you feel mentally worn out. So this is why you just never know when stuff is going to happen and you got to wait. So now stuff is happening. So ES, let's see, maybe we can break out, get a trend going. NQ is certainly breaking. Big break. I mean, this could be big de-risking heading into the end of the month here, which would be fantastic. Let's wait. Might get a nice trend run on the Nasdaq. Just got an alert on the Russell. Let's look at the Dow. Dow de-risking. Russell the same. Cool. I mean, gold not responding yet, which is interesting because you would think gold would catch a bid unless this is like a real de-risking event where, you know, you're going to see margin calls, but I don't think we're there yet. The bond market's not showing anything. So gold should kind of go up if the indices are tanking like this. Let's see what happens. Okay, silver, nice. We could get a good drop in silver. So let's wait. I just want pull back in my trend. Yeah, copper probably will break out of that range, but like I said, I'm not taking it in the middle of the range. Platinum is dropping more now, but just not giving me the pullback I need. Bonds are pushing. So let's see if bonds push up to the high a day here and maybe give a little bit of a flash. I would be interested in a reversal back down on bonds. Keep an eye on that for sure, because that could be a legitimate reversal signal. So gold, we already just looked at. Everything else is breaking down. Platinum breaking down. Hogs are going to the moon. Bacon is short. Platinum, UBZB. Crude is so far sitting here. Heating oil. So now I would say these are trending down now. Crude, well, crude not as much, but heating oil certainly is trending down. But I need a pullback pocket pattern, something like that. Gasoline trending down as well. Nat gas still not really moving like crude. The grains are still sitting here. Soybeans are trying to head lower. Soybean oil. Cattle. So there's I mean, hogs are just to the moon. Feeders leaking lower. All right, let's just wait for our alerts. Stick to the game plan. Let's go ahead and just keep an eye on. I mean, copper is the one that probably should catch down. I'm quite tempted on copper with what the metals are showing and what the indices are showing. Let's keep an eye on copper. I'll bring it up. It's in the middle of the zone, so I'm just not. But that's it. It's trending down. Nice pocket. That could be the pocket maybe for congestion exit down. And then so far, nothing has given me a pullback in the trend. Many days they will. So I'm going to have to accept. I probably, if I take this trade, we'll see. I don't like that it's in the middle of the zone. Like I said, I'd be like, nah. But that's a nice pocket. Everything else is dropping. I'm going to wait for now. But let's see if there's resistance if it pushes up. I just don't, my plan now is not to take things in the middle of the zone. I do think it's going down though. ES and NQ stabilizing for now. Dow stabilizing. Russell stabilizing for now. Gold. So the question for gold here, is that a reversal? See, this is why I don't want to trade things that I shouldn't be trading, because I don't want to miss things that actually do comport with my process here. So with gold, I mean, trending down, we're, you know, I'm going to be interested to see if we test low a day and try to reverse back up on gold. We'll watch that, especially if everything else keeps dropping. Silver's broken through those DMLs, so see what happens with silver. Okay, there's your potential reversal bar there on ultra bonds, but you still got a lot more volume till that closes, so I'm gonna wait. 30 years not moving. Crude is stabilizing. Heating oil. So that's kind of interesting with crude stabilizing. Heating oil here. Still got a lot of contract. Oh no, that just closed there. Nah, I wouldn't bet on that being a reversal bar. I mean, it could cause a bounce, but you've got some support here for sure. Because I'm looking for reversals too, guys. But I don't like that DML is pushing down. This still, it could punch for sure. It's heating oil. It can do anything. But down here like that, that's kind of not where I want to bet on a reversal. Kind of similar with, I mean, gasoline is a little different because especially you've got the weekly extension here. So, I mean, gasoline, we'll see. Could be a reversal bar. I mean, the Dow is punching back up. So yeah, you had a push, but that could have just been to suck people in. I mean, my thesis for the day was, you know, kind of range bound between those. But we'll see. I mean, the Nasdaq, that kind of tested outside the zone pretty good. So the Dow is going to close here. I don't see anything I like there. Soybean oil, I'll leave that alone. Gold, I could be interested in buying gold down here depending if I get a good reversal signal. I haven't gotten it yet, but gold is one I could consider. Silver as well. There's still a lot of support down here. You see silver found support all down in here. So if this is holding, you still got a lot of support there on the weekly. If we try to start pushing, see, this is trending down. The range in silver is not great, but it's not bad. It's 50 cents. So if silver started to reverse up here, and especially if we went lower on silver and I get a reversal signal, I could look to buy silver potentially. Copper I'm not messing with because I'm in the middle of the zone. I've decided not to mess with that. Platinum, I mean, if we go too low, I could consider a reversal signal on platinum. Because this is what I'm looking for, guys. I'm either looking for really nice spots to jump on the trend run, you know, at a smart place like that, or if we've just trended too far, quote unquote, and we're at the low a day and we've got some good VolPro Edge stuff and I see stuff that I like, I'm also looking for reversals back the other way because you can get nice moves. Wheat, nothing. All right, so ES for now, stabilizing. So that's trending down. I mean, I could potentially look to maybe buy ES down here, to be honest. I don't want to miss anything. It's just tough too when they all move at the same time. Bring up ES. So you can see we found a bottom here. We're coming back. Depending where this closes, I mean, if that extension drops down here, I could be looking to buy, because we're trending down. I could be looking to buy a reversal on ES back toward the highs, because that could be a potential, you know, run and gun, hold and add. All right, see you, Adam. Take care, buddy. Good job, man. Good to battle back. We all need to work on a lot of things in June, buddy. Don't worry. All right, so ES is going to close here. See, I like it because you're at the DMLs. The weekly still has a lot of support there temporarily. This could be a reversal pattern. I'm watching carefully also to see if the lower time period confirms. We still have about 4,000 contracts left. So I might go long here, guys, just so you know, on my Tradeify. I don't know if I do it on my XFAs. There are certain trades that doesn't really mean anything. If I take a trade, I like it, but Nasdaq looks a little weak. That's my only hesitation, but Nasdaq could still reverse out of that level. ES hopefully will tell me here with where it closes. That was our alert for ES anyways. I'm going to wait on ES. It could go up, but it could go down. I'm looking for very specific things on my higher time period chart here. I don't have them right now, so I'm going to wait. And if it goes up, it's fine, but it could go down too. So I'm following my plan, you guys. That's ES. And I just put away, I recommend this, put away the lower time period on, just bring it out like a very sharp sushi knife. Don't get sucked into the tail wagging the dog. And if you have the lower time period open, it can suck you in, okay? So ES, I'm waiting. Doesn't mean it won't pop. It could, but it also could drop. Nasdaq, I'm still waiting. We still have time for that. The Dow, we're not really at key levels there for the Dow. We're still in that congestion zone. See, at least the ES was out. It was kind of leaking lower. So Dow, I don't want. Russell is still congesting. Gold, I mean, I don't have a good enough signal here on gold yet, but I'm still interested in a potential buy. Silver, waiting. Copper, doing nothing. Platinum, you know, we'll see. Ultra bonds, you're reversing out of there, but you still got lots and lots of volume left to trade there. 10,000 contracts. Crude, I mean, could be some support down here on crude. I'd have to wait and see. I'm not convinced yet. Heating oil, I don't like that. No, the grains are not interesting. So the grains and the meats are going to close pretty soon anyways. So I'm probably going to just be ignoring those alerts. I'm interested potentially in what indices do the rest of the day, and the metals, and maybe bonds. The energies kind of just, I'm not really having a clear read on the energies right now. So we'll just keep an eye. On the ES, yeah, I don't like that extension is above us. That's resistance. I don't like that the VolPro reaction resistance is above us. If I want to look for the turn here, I would, I really would want this to be lower. I'd want us to be closer to at least the middle of the envelope, even the oncoming one. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean this can't punch up. It just, you know, it just doesn't, like, why take it if the boxes aren't checked, you know? So there's gold. Remember, gold, we're in August. I think bonds, we are actually in September now. I think the volume has shifted. I'm charting, yeah, September. Good. So we are in September on bonds. Hope you guys got that. And I guess the indices will probably, it'll be maybe another week or so for the indices. Let's see. I don't think I need to do anything on hogs. Could be getting a reversal signal here on hogs. Let's just quickly see. I don't want to be dumb and miss it. It's a pretty big move to the upside. Let's watch hogs. I'll bring up hogs. I mean, it's really, there's only an hour and whatever left, but it's been a pretty big move. You could see some profit taking on hogs. Let's see what this tells us. Plus, I want to get familiar with hogs. So we've got only a few more contracts left here on hogs. Yeah, so I mean, I would have to look at this level here, just like on copper. This is a similar signal on copper. So 105.15 could potentially be interesting. I know it's a strong market there on hogs, but you've also got, you know, you got an old weekly high there from 2 weeks ago. You got you got a lot of quarterly resistance there. So I could try to probably short some hogs up into this level and stop it above the high a day. So that'd be like 15 with a stop at, you know, basically 37.5 on the Tradeifys. I think I'm going to try that, guys, just for fun on hogs. Not for fun, but it's also, I want to learn hogs and I also want to see something. So I got an order to short hogs at 15 with a stop just 2 ticks above the day high. Maybe I'll do 3 ticks just because why not? So let's just see. Trade hogs at your own risk, guys. I'm looking to get short right there. And, you know, this might be like a copper situation where down you go, but that's my level. I'm just doing this on the Tradeifys. You know, had we broken, really, I don't want to see it pushing beyond, you know, this is the zone right here. So if I'm short and we start to push up and through the true average, I could just cut it even though my stop is up here, because that's really the zone that would need to hold. But the reason if this would have broken these extensions, then maybe that's when you want to just go right in at market. You know, I'm still getting my feelers out with that, but we'll just see what this order does on hogs. I got to learn about hogs anyways. I know it's very bullish on the day, but like I said, you've got that weekly high on hogs from 2 weeks back. You've got that weekly high from 2 weeks back is also the monthly high of April. And you've got a lot of quarterly resistance there as well. So, you know, it's either going to blast through all this and take out stops, or it's going to, you know, that resistance will push hogs down. So it's currently trading 10. My order's at 15. Now it's trading 7.5. It's my order to short is like 3 ticks above, 4 ticks above, even though it looks further. But on the, there it is. It traded to my price, but it hasn't filled me there. I'm filled. So let's see. This is where the resistance has to be. And if there's not resistance up in here, then it's wrong. So guys, just to show you I'm not fibbing, I'm short hogs. You can see short hogs. So it's $10 a tick, which is good because then I learn. Or maybe it's even $5. So with that said, I think I got to short another one because okay, I shorted another one just, because if it works, I got to make something. So I'm just kind of learning about the hogs market. I know we did blow through the daily extension, so that's a little bit of a red flag. There's nothing on the weekly right now, so this could definitely blow through. I mean, if it starts to drop, I would move it to break even pretty quick. But the fact that we do have that weekly high, monthly high, quarterly resistance, we've gone a long way on hogs. And we have at least it's our first congestion entrance down bar, which is why I took it. So let's just see what happens with hogs. So we got some soybeans I'm going to not watch right now, but Russell, nothing there for now. And plus I'm taking hogs right now too, I want to understand how hogs work. And I don't know the connection, between hogs and cattle, but cattle selling off big time. I'm sure they're different. Feeder cattle and cattle will be connected. I don't know. I'm going to be enjoying learning more about the grains and the meats because there's just phenomenal opportunities on these markets. If with VolPro Edge, we've got a great leg up, but then I also want to understand how those markets move. Yeah, the softs. Exactly, Zest. I forget about those. Definitely the softs. I don't know if we can trade those with props. I think we can. All right, so this is a very tiny contract, so that's good to know. Like right now I'm up $50, but that's okay because this is just kind of a test, right? So you guys can see here, I got 2, I'm only up $30, but it's fine. This is just kind of a test on hogs to kind of see. And look, it'll be fun too if it starts to really, if we start breaking below these extensions and the lower time period is trending, that's where I would try to start holding and adding, and then I would hold, until I saw a reason to get out. So who knows? There's not a lot of risk on this trade. And if it works, could end up making something. So we'll see. And if it blows back up through the high day and takes me out, it's going to be a very small loss. So it feels like a good way to test hogs being short here on these Tradeifys. Short 2 hogs on 5 accounts. So technically I'm short 10 contracts of hogs. Have you guys seen anybody short hogs on YouTube before? Yesterday we were the first YouTube channel to short feeder cattle. I think today we're going to be the first to short hogs ever in the history of YouTube, which is fantastic. All right, so let's see. This level needs to hold here if it's correct. Basically, my resistance zone on hogs is 25 to 15, which is where I'm in from. And you can see 25 is here. So really, my stop could go to 30 because if this is correct, it shouldn't go there. So I'll move my stop to 30. I'll tell you what, I'll just move it to 32.5, which is like right here. And if it gets taken out, it gets taken out. It's like there doesn't need to be any emotion. It's like, okay, that's the trade. If hogs go back up there, great. It just wasn't the trade for me. All right, let's look at some other markets. Hogs, look, I'm short hogs from here. You see, short 5, but that's because you're copy trading. It's anyways, it's two contracts per 5 accounts, so it's fine. And the stop is there. Somebody remind me to say cancel all once I finish this trade, because TradeOvate doesn't allow you to use brackets for copy trading, because TradeOvate is operating in the what's it called? The whip and buggy era of the 1800s of trading platforms. No offense, TradeOvate, but maybe get one of your 1,000 programmers to figure out bracket orders on copy traded accounts would be nice. It's unbelievable. So let's see if we break through here. I'm going to look through some other markets because we don't want to miss anything else. But if we punch down and through that key support level there, then I'll add, and we'll hold and we'll add, and we'll see what happens with hogs. And if it goes back up to our stop, then that's the deal. All right, that's going to do what it's going to do. I've got it open on my DOM. So ES, we're still waiting. NQ is really heading lower. So we'll see if we get a trend opportunity for NQ. There's Dow, Russell. Let's look for, yeah, so gold is pushing up. I didn't quite get the reversal signal down here, but this is kind of what I was thinking was going to happen. But that's okay. Silver, probably going to be caught between risk off and risk on. Precious metal, industrial metal. Copper, interestingly, is kind of hanging out. I didn't want to mess with that in the middle of the range. Nasdaq, we just got an alert, but I'm just waiting on the Nasdaq. Platinum, I've been wanting to short platinum on a pullback. Hasn't been wanting to pull back. Ultra bonds, I'm not against shorting up against the high of days, but let's see what happens. Great short earlier from there. In terms of the pattern and lower time frame confirmation. 30-year is always going to be way more boring than the ultras. Crude doing nothing. Heating oil, RP. Okay, the grains right now, they're very choppy, except for soybean. Soybean oil is trending, but you got a little bit of a reversal pattern here on soybean oil, but I'm not interested right now. Here's cattle. So cattle, I mean, there's still a lot of support here on cattle, to be honest. I might have to buy some cattle. Let's see. That'd be weird. Long cattle, short hogs. If you would ask me if I'd be doing that this morning, I wouldn't have believed you. Cattle, we are in Q5. There we go. So cattle. Let's just watch cattle here. I know we're trending down on cattle, but look at all that daily support right there. Lots of daily support on cattle. So we're just going to have to see. We still got to wait 100 contracts, so it might go too far to the upside, and then I can't get in. And you say, well, why don't I get in now? Well, I mean, because I don't know where it's going to close, and I need to understand that. I'm just looking at the higher time period cattle. I mean, we're at a pretty significant monthly resistance level, but it's still very bullish cattle. Yeah, that reversal doesn't look terrible, but now it's kind of, we'll have to see. I think hogs. So cattle. I'm gonna just see what this does here on cattle. It's not bad. Let's go. I think hogs. So hogs are back right around the entry. See, it's starting to congest there. That's not really what I'm looking for. So I'm probably going to get out of hogs. Okay, I'm closing hogs at break even. You know, we'll see if that turns out to be the correct choice. But this here is not what I'm looking for. I mean, it just really isn't. Like, if that's going to be, you see how number one, this is, you guys have seen this now a couple days in a row on the stream, right? Oh, thanks, Dan. I appreciate that, man. Really appreciate the feedback. So number one, we did get a good read on the entry, right? So we were in, we shorted some hogs. We can say we shorted hogs, just that in and of itself is pretty cool. And then, you know, okay, so if that's a valid reversal on hogs, this doesn't need to be happening here, especially not going for congestion. Now I'm not in hogs. It might go down and I'm not in. I don't care. I'm reading the charts. I want something that reverses and just doesn't look back. And those will come. And then you hold and you add. So I cut hogs at break even, which is fine for me. Right? Now let's get back to cattle. I don't mind this potential reversal pattern here on cattle. But I'd be betting on a round trip, which I don't really like. Round trip is when we first head up, then head down. Then I'm saying, okay, head back up. So that by itself is enough for me not to want to do it. Hogs did not do that. Hogs just have been going straight up. So it's not a round trip because it didn't go straight down and then straight up. And now I'm looking for it to go straight down. So that's the difference. So cattle, I'm going to wait. Let's just scroll back through. So you see, that was a good, now we know, number one, hogs is a super small contract. That's good to know. Number two, we were in a trade. That could have collapsed. It didn't. Look at copper earlier where we didn't get filled, but it had it just punched a little higher. We're filled on copper, and then it just started going down. Ultra bonds just started going down. That's what we want, right? Just not being emotional about the trade. So now you can see ES trying to react off this support. I don't really care. I had my reasons. I don't want to take that reversal. So, you know, that is what it is. Nasdaq. Look, if the Nasdaq closes back up in here and I could potentially try to buy the Nasdaq for a reversal back up into the range potentially. So let's wait and see where this bar closes on the Nasdaq. That could be a potential reversal long, depending. The Dow. See, the Dow's a little better, Ralph. I don't like all that against you, but at least you've got the VolPro reaction under you, and you closed at the high of the bar. So the Dow's not a horrible, but we're not leaning against, we're not at the low of the day, really. I mean, we are, but there's no DML support there. The DMLs are these dots. If those of you who are here don't know that, these are VolPro Edge important support levels. See, on the Nasdaq, we're at least, these can be fantastic reversal moves when you break through the DMLs and then you reclaim them on a reversal bar. Shorts are stuck, and then this is when the Nasdaq goes like this and people keep trying to short. And the reason I learned this because I painfully did that sometimes, and then I kept taking notes and studying and watching and see, oh, I don't want to be shorting. I want to be, you know, one of the guys who's punishing the shorts, right? So this is what we're waiting for. So look, Russell's pushing off of DMLs. Nice. So you see with the indices, the Russell's holding the DMLs down here, support, dynamic market levels, right? Support is always in blue there. So far, ES is holding its DMLs, dynamic market levels. Dow hasn't even tested, and the Nasdaq just kind of snaked through. So let's see if we get a nice reversal bar on the Nasdaq, right? We'd be rewarded for our patience and our analysis. So gold waiting. Silver could get a reversal bar because these DMLs are still holding. We're still at some weekly support. The monthly still, got some nice support down there. So these are the trades we're looking for. We might be, depending on what silver does here, we may get a reversal bar on silver. So, copper, look, we're being rewarded for being patient in the middle of the zone. See, this is my thing, guys. I don't want to be in a trade where it's just sitting and lollygagging around. I want something that's moving and I'm in and I know quickly if I'm right or wrong. And if I'm wrong or it's not looking good, I'm cutting quickly. And if I'm right, for the love of God, I'm holding and I'm adding. And we're going to do that. That's the point. All right, platinum. I mean, could be a reversal setting up down here on platinum. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. I would prefer to test the extension first. You say, well, Andy, we were looking for a trend pullback. We were, but up here. And now it's just, we wanted something. That's come and gone, so we got to flip. We can't look to short the potential low a day. I know it could go a lot lower, but with everything else stabilizing, copper, look at copper. Copper's quite stable. Ultra bonds. See, we're in the middle of the range. I don't want to do anything with that. Let's just look, see if our decision, what happened with hogs. Just curious. Okay, so it's in that range. And look, it might be like, now it may drop. And he's like, oh, Andy, why did we cut that hogs trade? Well, I cut it because that's not the trade I want. I want the squeeze, right? Whether it's long or short. I know short, you want the squeeze, you want to be long, and the shorts are getting squeezed. But even when it comes to the drop, I want those longs stuck, bailing, and I just want it going. It's just like ultra bonds. That is an excellent, excellent example. I want this. When I'm short, I want that. And if I don't get that, I'm out. Because I will get enough of those that do that. And that means I'm going to have to watch a lot of them go without me, and I got out, and it's okay. Heating oil. Okay, so heating oil is reversing off those lows. But I didn't want to take that. That's fine. But you can see I was debating it. And that's good because we're trying to be on the right, the correct side of the market. Obviously, the market can do anything it wants at any time. We just have probabilities, but still. Crude, nothing here. Nat gas. I don't see anything. So there goes ES. There goes NQ. So I got to see where NQ. It's not confirming yet. I mean, it has to close as well. ES might give us the reversal bar, depending where it will close. Because see, these are the trades I like, guys, because if we get it right, I mean, ES, I'm loading ES on the DOM, guys. And I might take that on Top Step as well. So, because this could go from here, if this confirms, you guys, okay? I don't know if it's going to confirm. We're going to watch very carefully. But if it confirms, you catch it correctly and you add, it could go from 58.70 back to 59.20 or higher. That's 50 handles on ES. That's the kind of trade I want. I haven't had a drink of water in a while. I haven't eaten yet. I've been up since 4. It's 11:11 Costa Rican time. Usually about the time I start getting hungry, like around, well, I'm hungry first, like around 9, but I push that off just because I think daily, if I eat dinner like around 7, and then I don't eat again until about 11 or 12 the next day, I'm kind of fasting like, 18 hours or 17 hours a day without really even trying to fast. I don't really do it on purpose. It just feels right. And then other people say, "Oh, that's good. That's good that you do that." So let's keep an eye on ES here. We've still got 20,000 contracts left till this closes. NQ, we're going to watch the Dow. And the Dow wasn't bad. It's still kind of too rangy for me here on the Dow. I think that's the reason why I like for the reversal trade. I like that the Nasdaq really dipped. You know what I mean? ES as well, it dipped. So you have more potential for more shorts that are stuck and better reversals up. Does that make sense, Ralph? Zest? Anybody else who would like to comment? Guys, don't feel shy about commenting. It's nice. I like the interaction. Yeah, the squeeze is where you know quickly if you're right or wrong. So silver could be, see silver, if we catch this correctly, could get a good move on silver back up to 33.40. We don't know. Or 30, I mean, we have no idea. That's why I'm not a huge fan of the crystal ball camp, because it's not psychologically or mentally healthy to be like, no, this is my analysis. I know this is going to happen. No, you never know what's going to happen. It's like that story in, I think it's Market Wizards, but I could be wrong. Is that Market Wizards? What book is that from? Anyways, there's a guy who's a soybean trader. He's like one of the biggest in the world. And then there's a new guy who's like an analyst at his firm who's just convinced that he can read the markets. And he's probably a good technical analyst. But so he says, the new guy who's a good technical analyst says, "All right, boss, the low of the day is here in soybeans. I'm sure of it." And the boss goes, "You're sure of it? This is the low of the day?" And the analyst goes, "Yeah, I'm sure. This is the low of the day. I know it. It's the low of the day." Boss goes, "You're sure?" He goes, "Yeah." Goes, "All right." Boss picks up the phone, calls the pit, says, "Sell 10,000 bushels of soybean at the market right now." The analyst looks at him, and the soybean market flushes straight through that support low. And then the boss goes, "Is it still the low of the day? Are you sure?" See, you don't forget these things. It's a great story. And it's a reminder that anything can happen at any time, and you don't want to be in the crystal ball camp. It's good to have faith in your edge like we have. Great. But you don't want to be convinced you know what's going to happen, because that's going to get you into a lot of trouble. So let's look we're waiting for reversals here. ES, NQ, I'm waiting. We haven't signaled anything yet. The Dow is certainly looking all right for now, but we'll wait. The Russell's kind of hanging on, but I'm waiting. Gold pushing. So silver, I'm thinking sometimes silver too. When you catch silver, it can be fun. So I'm going to keep the lower time period up here on silver for a potential long, depending, because we are coming out of, you've got a lot of support on the weekly there. You're at a lot of support on the daily. You found support here a couple of times. Yeah, it could go lower, but also some shorts could be trapped and we could head higher. You can see the footprint, a lot of buying coming in here. That's not a bad sign. So let's just see where this closes. We'll wait for silver. I'll get silver up on the DOM. Look, copper's still hanging on. It's kind of like the canary in the coal mine here. Platinum could be setting up for a reversal. You see look at the daily. We've got the daily delta, cumulative delta went from minus 1024 to minus 16. So the shorts are pressing down here and we're pushing up. That's good for a long, potentially, depending on what it looks like and where it closes. Or they can maybe want to flush it down to the extension, which I would prefer, because I like to have a nice daily level to lean against. So silver is not looking like it's going to confirm yet. So we'll wait. ES not looking like it yet. NQ not yet. Dow not really yet because we're not at that daily. Russell no. Gold still waiting. Silver need to wait. Copper look just choppy. So imagine we're navigating the landscape and we're picking spots. Platinum, I'm waiting. Ultra bonds, I mean, we're right in the middle of the zone. Crude is, still too choppy for me. It's like, I don't want to bet on a reversal here because, like who's really that stuck? Like I want something more down to get back up for the reversal. Like heating oil is more down. So that there, did I miss a reversal bar? No, not by my standards, because again, I don't want this resistance against me. Same thing there. So that's okay. Nat gas, nothing. I mean, the grains. Corn is trying to move. Wheat's doing nothing. Soybeans, not really anything now. Meal, oil. Cattle, there was that, quasi reversal bar, but you see, I didn't want that because it's kind of too late in the day. Cattle's going to close soon. I think it moves more like, open mid-morning. My sense of it. Hogs are dropping off our level, so that's nice. Look, at least we got a good entry. Okay. I don't care. I wasn't interested in congestion here. I really wasn't. Feeder cattle kind of hanging out. So let's just see. Here's ES. So ES, we'll see where this closes, but I'm not feeling it yet. Doesn't mean it won't reverse up, but it's just not meeting my standards yet. Dow, nice. But I didn't take it because of this range. I know I sound like a pessimist, right? I'm like, no. But that's, that's trading. Gold waiting. Silver could potentially give us the reversal down here. We just have to keep an eye on it. We still have about 1,600 contracts left until that closes. So silver looks like a candidate. Copper made the right decision not being an idiot. I'm happy about that. I'm sure I'll be an idiot again, but I can try every day to not be one. Platinum, waiting, ultra bonds, middle. And guys, I cycle through because it's like there's so much to keep track of. I'm just imprinting it on my mind. There's an alert for ES. You're getting a move to the upside, but I'm still, from a reversal standpoint, I'm not convinced yet. We are trending down, and it could even be a trend pocket short, potentially. I don't know if I'd want to short this, but I probably wouldn't because I just, it's a pocket. It's definitely not a reversal. That's for sure. I mean, if anything, I'd be betting short right here, but I'm not going to take it because I don't have lower, like I don't have a consistent lower. I don't like that we're coming out of this, right? So I'm just not going to touch it. For me, it's conflicting. If you put a gun to my head, which I hope you don't, I'd probably say it wants to test a little lower first, but I'm not touching it. So let's just keep our eyes open. Nasdaq's got a way to go. The Dow, same. gold. So silver is the one I'm kind of interested in, but it really depends. Platinum. All that's selling. Hopefully they can drive it down to the extension. That'd be a good spot to catch a reversal potentially. Keep an eye on silver, platinum, wait for alerts. Trading against trap traders. Yeah, I mean, that's where the fuel comes from, right? We've all been there. We all know what it feels like to be on the wrong side of that. Let's see what it feels like to be on the right side. So here's silver. Still got a lot of contracts to trade. David, that's a good question. Which market are you talking about? And then I can try to answer a little bit. I'm stretching, guys. That's why I'm going below the camera. Let's see. Softs too. Oh, sorry, Zest. I missed your comments. I was locked into the charts. Never given a shit about props, but yeah, I could trade OJ. Yep. Shopping for trading streams and stopped on yours because you were talking about feeder cattle. All right. That's awesome. Zest, are you still here? We got our first feeder cattle subscriber, or maybe you didn't subscribe yet, but at least you joined the stream because of feeder cattle. Yes. I've been joking about feeder cattle. Yeah, of course. Feeder cattle. I love it. All of them are equally valid, you know? I don't think anybody else is covering all the markets, and I love it. So, kind of my niche. Sorry I missed your comment earlier, Zest. I just was locked in. I kind of. So, Ralph, yeah, David, okay. Just in general, I'm not even trading, just watching. Yeah, it's a thing I notice when I try to take reversal trades. Do you have a strong trend when you pull up? Yeah, I mean, you don't always pull up into a pocket. And also, like here, you pulled up into a pocket. It is going up. Okay, so it is kind of squeezing. So that's why, but I didn't know that. So I didn't want to touch that because I'm looking for lots of different things. And like, it's really a lot has to do with the DMLs as well, David, and also this close in relation to its own DMLs, the oncoming DMLs. Where are you in relation to the middle of the envelope here? So we can talk about that, you know, when we do our one-on-one. You know, if that's really of interest, I can just dump my mind stream onto you in terms of these reversals. All right, so NQ waiting, Dow. So the Dow here, you know, at least you probably a better candidate for a reversal, but I wouldn't take it because, you know, I don't want to take a reversal, number one, you know, because at least you broke that, which is nice. You're above all that. That's nice, right? It's really nice. I like that. But then I would look at this and go, okay, it meets that criteria. Yeah, but I'm in the middle of this. I want to take a reversal near the low of the day or at the low of the day, or at least coming out of the low of the day. I know we are here, but you know what I'm saying, like, or the high of the day. So I don't want to be in the middle. That's really important. Okay, buddy, are you going back to Madrid? I think David is going to Madrid. I think home is Madrid. I think la escuela es Valencia. Yo pienso. I think. All right. So let's not get distracted. Although we have been at this now for 4 hours, 5 hours. We're setting new records consecutively, guys. We're doing good. All right. ES, let's wait. And Q, waiting. The Russ, the gold, silver. Okay, yeah, silver. That's what I want to watch, but we'll see. See, silver, at least you're kind of down here. I like that. You're not in the middle. Silver could be a candidate. We're going to have to watch it. I've got the song in my head, Vamos a la playa, and I don't even know if it's a song. It probably is not. It means let's go to the beach. Vamos, vamos a la playa. I'm probably making it up, guys. This is what streaming does to you. All right, Ralph, go get him. Hope it goes well, my friend. Corn, I'm not interested in. Let's watch silver. Copper's kind of chilling out in the middle. Platinum, we're still waiting. Ultra bonds, middle. So let's just keep an eye on silver real quick. It's kind of the closest candidate. Because see, what silver I like is you got lower highs, lower lows. So you have kind of like a real trend. And if I'm looking for a reversal, I want to be close to the low of the day. I want to be coming out of a real trend, right? So there's, you know, other things, but you've got some support there on the weekly chart. Bang. You're at those old weekly lows, daily lows that have been tested down there around that, you know, key level 32.88, 32.87. So you've got some reasons a reversal could occur down here on silver. But I need to see where this closes, what the DMLs are doing. There goes soybean meal. Nope. And let's see, we got the grains will close in about 50 minutes, 50 roughly. Meats will close in about 35 minutes. Drink some agua. So far today, through all this stuff, copper, okay, a little bit higher, we're filled and have a great trade there. Hogs, we gave it a shot. No harm, no foul. I probably missed that trend pullback pocket on cattle, whatever. I didn't see it. That happens. And ultra bonds, I kind of should have taken that one that I pointed out, but I was just kind of fixed on no, wait for your, you know, so. But I don't judge the day on the result. I judge it on, did I follow my process? Was I grounded? Was I viewing the charts objectively, following what I need to follow, not being dumb? So I'm really learning. I'm going to work really hard to detach myself from judging the day on what I made or lost. It's, did I follow my system? Did I hold? Did I add? Every day I give myself a score. Yesterday I gave myself, okay, good score. I did well. Didn't make a lot, but, well, that's not true. I did with gold, but still, the live streaming, I stuck to my plan. Today I'm sticking to my plan, so I'm going to get a good scorecard. Let's see where silver closes here. Still have 1,200 contracts, which in silver is a lot. So don't need to actually sit and stare at this. It's one thing I love about cycling through. You just don't have to sit and stare at stuff. It's constantly changing. So ES is pushing. Nice. But it's fine. Nasdaq, I'm still waiting. We still got lots of contracts. Dow. We did get a close on the Dow there. We talked about that. Middle of the range. Look, doesn't mean it's not going to push up. It's just not what I'm looking for. Gold. You know, like gold is one of these, for example, right now, where it's kind of like bonds, right? Where like, it's not really part of my plan, but like if this closes back down here, you've got the extension, the daily DML. I mean, look at all the daily stuff stacked in here. Envelope bottom, VolPro reaction, support. You're coming out of that exhaust. So there's still some trap sellers. Now you got the buyers stepping in. So if this pulled back to a pocket here, it's not exactly what I'm looking for right now, kind of like the bonds trade, but it might be, if the lower time period confirms, it might be one that I have to try to go like that, because at least it's, you know, but it's not a pure reversal. I want more, you know, like that, right? I don't really want like this, but still, we're gonna have to be open to that potentially. Silver, very much interested in, depending. Platinum, ultra bonds. So we're waiting, guys. How many contracts on gold? Still got a ways to go. We're only at 8,700. We need 20,000. So it's really, these are, I mean, right now, keep silver and gold up. It's kind of what we're eyeing. Just looking out the window. Kind of a cloudy day, but a little blue over the ocean. Yesterday was beautiful. Crude alert. I don't want to get involved in that. Silver. I like silver, man. Sometimes if you catch a nice little run on silver and you hold and you add, it can be nice. All right, guys, I'm just gonna grab a quick bite, like literally probably gonna be away for 5 minutes because I don't think silver is gonna close in 5 minutes. That's the one I'm most interested in. Gold as well. So I'm just gonna give it 5 minutes, okay? I'll leave it running. I'll just be right back. All right, guys, I got a piece of Swiss cheese. Got some tortillas warming up. Gonna go put some cheese on them and melt them. Have some quesadillas while we try to make a little money. I've got a delicious jalapeno salsa from the farmer's market. Shout out to the woman from Wyoming who made the salsa. Russell, we got a signal, but too much in the middle. Gold. Why is it? No, sorry. Should be feeder cattle. No. Oh, hogs. So that was a good call on hogs. Pretty cool. Well, look. I mean, maybe I was too picky there, but we'll chalk that up. I'm going to take a screenshot every day of all the ones. Really fun out of all that for hogs. We did pick it there. That's pretty cool all by itself. It just kind of lollygagged, but it's okay. Heating oil. I'll wait. You guys see that with hogs? I mean, pretty sweet. If we're going to be honest. I mean, VolPro Edge. We literally got hogs at 105.15. So maybe I'll have to see. Maybe I was just being a little too picky on the lower time frame. I am looking for the ones that just go, though. I really am. But had I left my stop, that's the one that confirmed with a close below those extensions like I was talking about, right? So we'll just gather data and review. But I just, still the analysis, the entry, very, very happy about that. The rest is just little details we perfect over time. Super cool. And good to know too that, I didn't really, it's kind of a test trade on hogs. I don't really know hogs well, but it's only like 25 minutes to go. And, with an hour left, it still gave you a good move, right? It's pretty neat. And that was because we're pressing against lots of quarterly resistance. There were tons of quarterly DMLs, VolPro Edge dynamic market levels, quarterly on a quarterly chart, stacked right there at 105.20 to 105.30. So that's why I liked that trade. So it's just really fun. And I got Swiss cheese in Costa Rica. I mean, that's pretty cool. Wouldn't have got that 100 years ago. All right. I'm just keeping up here, making sure I'm not missing anything. Still waiting on silver. Got 500 contracts left, 450 actually. Platinum could be setting up for a reversal here. I mean, I'm going to have to be open to it. It's a little risky on platinum because I don't have any weekly DMLs until lower. So that's probably what will make me not take it. But because even if it starts a reversal, I don't think it's one that has the potential to run. I could be wrong. Whereas silver, it is true. Silver is just better. So let's just watch silver. because silver, if it triggers, you're at least at daily DMLs, weekly, I mean, old daily low, you're at the daily congestion support level, right? So this is also really important to try and catch these reversals at a key, you know, the types of trading we talk about in the course, right? This is going to be at the daily congestion support level on silver, which is held 3 times in the last few days. So that's kind of a spot you want to be looking to take a reversal. What do you guys think about that hogs, huh? That was cool. That's how it is, like always getting familiar with the market. You just gotta kind of feel your way in. But that was like yesterday we ventured into feeder cattle. Today we ventured into hogs. You know, we're doing well. There's hogs, but we already know what's going on in hogs. Can you guys hear those alerts on the mic? When it's a bell sound? Oh, cool, Ralph. Thanks. I asked before, but no one told me, so I didn't know. Still 400 contracts to go here for silver. I probably got time to get my quesadilla. Be right back. All right, guys, we got shaken. Okay, we got a little time left on silver. I want to make sure I don't miss anything on anything else. I'm just getting my quesadillas ready. Got some Swiss cheese melted on the corn tortillas, Costa Rican corn tortillas, and then some avocado and some jalapeno salsa. We'll be right back. I'll show you. All right, back. I got the lunch. Normally, I would, so we got the tortilla, salsa, jalapeno salsa, Swiss cheese melted, avocado. Normally, I'd fold these and eat them like real quesadillas, but since I got to operate the mouse and everything else, I'll just use the knife and fork. Find a place to put all this. So I'll be snacking a little while we look for some trades here. Silver on my radar for sure. Still got 300 contracts left to trade. ES pushing a little. Nasdaq, Dow, Russell, gold. So gold could be a buy down in here. Silver, we'll see. Platinum, still waiting. Ultra bonds in the middle. Our beautiful hogs. Wow, look at hogs, guys. That, I mean, that's what I wanted, but on this chart. Okay, cool. Good to see. Can I have some quesadilla? So maybe a rule. Maybe I need to have a rule that it's not really. So for example, on hogs, I mean, we nailed the entry. The stop wasn't much, and just say that, hey, the stop's where it needs to be. So even if the lower time period starts to congest, you know, hey, if it punches up and hits the stop, fine, let it do that. And then, you know, we have to wait and give the higher time period a chance. We'll see. The ones that I love are the ones that just go on the lower time period, but maybe that's asking too much. We'll know with time. You make a mental note of that. Here's silver. Delicious quesadilla, guys. All right, if I'm gonna have the quesadilla, I've got to have some wonderful chips. It is Friday after all. But I'll try to spare you guys the crunching. So Ralph, trying to see what I could have learned. Oh, leaned on for ES. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was a bad reversal down there at all. I'm just kind of trying to follow. It just didn't, for me, I mean, the extension there above us being below the oncoming middle and its own middle. I mean, sure, it's going up. It's great, but that's why I didn't take it. But if you really wanted to, I mean, that was the pullback there where I said, hey, I thought this could go down. But I mean, to me, it just wasn't clear enough. And we'll see where it reverses to. It's also kind of important. Platinum gave us a alert, but I'm not confirming yet on platinum. See what silver gives us. So that was just kind of my reasoning behind it, Ralph. I'll mute the mic and spare you guys the chip crunching. Yeah, let's do that in the next Founders webinar, which should be this weekend, but maybe we'll have to make it next weekend. We'll see when everybody can get together. I kind of need a little bit of a relaxing weekend, to be honest. So let's see. And you guys still have your one-on-ones and, you know, but it's good you're getting all this experience first. So then we can be way more productive based on the experience and what you're learning. And it's not just one-on-one. I mean, I'm here for you guys forever. So I want you guys to crush it like 100%. Exactly, Ralph. We're getting there. I mean, made a lot of progress in the first couple of months for sure. We all have. So, and just keep on this trajectory. And then it's about where are you by the end of the year? You know, 6-7 months from now. I have ideas about where you'll be, and I think it's going to be a very good place. So Nasdaq here, not the kind of reversal I want to take. Maybe if we closed along the high of the bar, I could be interested, but it's still, we'll just have to see where it closes. ES kind of fishing back down a little bit. Dow fishing down, Russ fishing down. Gold, we're waiting. Silver, I'm waiting. Right now, it's not looking like it wants to confirm the reversal yet. Copper is just kind of up in its own little world. Platinum, we're waiting. Bonds dropping a little bit now. 30-year doing nothing. Crude oil. Not really interested in the energies right now. See, we're getting to the close here of the meets. That's why you're getting a lot of alerts. So, yeah, there you can see hogs. They get a little wild there into the close, the hogs. Fun to watch. It's kind of like the open, but the close. Like the open of the stock market. So there's our silver alert. So you're getting a lot of grains, a lot of movement. But I mean, silver, it's going to need to... I wouldn't consider this a reversal bar yet because I don't like that the VolPro reaction level's above us here. So probably not interested in that one. NQ could be a potential candidate. Let's go ahead and just fire it up here on Tradeify. See, because you're at least breaking. I got to see where the I can't quite see where the extension is, but it might be hidden. Oh no, it's, well, let's see. That one's there. That's good, right? Okay, so that's kind of support. That's below us. That's kind of good. I mean, I think if Nasdaq closes it could be a candidate. You've got a lot of support here. So this could be a reversal bar on the Nasdaq, definitely. We'll have to watch it. Because you're also coming back into the range, right? I don't know why I got 2 alerts on the Nasdaq. I can check it later. It doesn't really matter. So you're already trending up here. So this would be one where, like, if I took this, I would literally just go long right here on my Tradeifys, and then it just needs to go. Like, if it comes back down at all, I just wouldn't even like it. So I might take this, Ralph. There's some things I'd like to see better about it, but I don't think it's bad, so we'll see. You could potentially get a squeeze here. I'll let you know. Still 500 contracts to go. Yeah, this could be decent on the Nasdaq. I mean, either that or it's going to be, I would like the VolPro reaction underneath us. That's kind of the one thing I'm not nuts about, but I still think it could be decent for a shot with pretty low risk. So I'll probably take it. Yeah, exactly. Look, this, I have to see where it closes. I mean, the close is important. That's nice if it closes above that level. I probably have to give it a shot, and if it started dumping, I would cut it immediately. Like, it's one of these where if I take it, it has to work fast just because of right where it is. Okay, I'll take that, and it's got to go up. If it goes down, I'm out. So I'm in from 97 3/4, and it needs to go and kind of not look back. Like these are the ones where if the shorts are stuck, they're stuck like fast. And if they're not, I don't want to be in. So I don't like that VolPro reaction resistance against us on the higher time period. That's my only hesitation, that right there. So far, it's kind of struggling. I give it a little room. I'm still in, but it's like when it pushes up like that, I don't want to see it get knocked back down. Like I want to see it, you know, race up and through. This is pretty much the level now. Like it's just got to hold here. It's getting a little dumpy for me. I'm going to hold for now. ES is trying, you see. Dow's trying. But why is Nasdaq struggling? I mean, this is all the support here. It's got to hold for me. These DMLs here, the middle here. So I'm taking some risk on this. I guess probably about 20 points, 400 a contract. Because with ES sitting up there, I mean, this would just need to be a nice squeeze. And if it starts to squeeze and the lower time, I mean, we're in a trend run up here. So if this closes up here, I mean, I'd probably have to add if we clear these highs on close. So right now, I mean, I'm not at break even yet, but I don't want to see this come back now. This has got to go if the shorts are stuck. See, now it's like, okay, I'm up a little bit of money. Who cares? I'm more interested in when this closes, you know, can I add? Once if we start to clear through, I mean, if we start to clear through, you see that right there? You see that selling that came in? I don't really want to see that on a short squeeze, right? I want to see this thing push. So I'll probably move to BE soon because I know how these trades work because I've been on the other side of them. And when you're on the other side of it and you're fucked, you don't get a chance to get out like this. That's how you know the trade is good, right? So now I'm going to break even. So here you can see these trades here. They're all here. Oh, geez. Oh, the Russell, I'm sure. Oh, see? I forgot to cancel the Russell. Oh, gosh. Look at that. Unbelievable. I'm short the Russell. Man, I hate TradingView. I'm going to have to close the Russell. Oh, gosh. Someone remind me to never, ever, ever, ever trade on TradingView ever again. Okay, let's see if I can make a lot of money on this Russell trade. Remember, I even said that when I went in on the Russell. I was like, all right, guys, if I can't, remind me to cancel my order. Oh, gosh. Let's see what happens with the Nasdaq. Well, I mean, TradingView is despicable. It's my fault. I got to remember, but so that yesterday, $400 it cost me. And today so about $1,100 in profit on each one of these TradingViews is down because of the TradingView platform. I'm not being a victim. I have to fix that, but it's extremely frustrating. So let's see if I can get out of the hole by adding to the Nasdaq. This is my current position. And now I got to remember to flatten all on the Nasdaq because now my stop is going to be moved to break even. So my stop is at break even. Andy, remember to cancel because TradingView does not have brackets. Unbelievable. Well, it makes for good entertainment, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm adding. All right, I honestly don't even care. If I blow these Tradeifys because Tradeivate fucking sucks, then I'm just not gonna trade ever on Tradeivate ever again. And there's got to be other platforms you can trade on with Tradeify, and I will not take Tradeivate anymore. So where's my average entry here on the Nasdaq? 21,214. I'm not gonna. My stop is at break even on the first one. Want to see if we can just catch a little bit of a runner here. Oh, that was hysterical. I mean, anyways, it is what it is. You know, I'm not going to worry about it. The trade selection was spot on. VolPro Edge is awesome. And Tradeivate sucks, is I guess what we can say, right? That's the conclusion we come to. So you can see I'm long 2 contracts each account here. See if we can get a nice squeeze to pay for that Russell fuck up. I'll keep adding as well if this closes, you know, higher. It's gonna have to, I want it to close. If it closes up and through its extension, I'm gonna add again. Yeah, so instead of being up $1,000 right now, I'm up like $350 because of the Russell. The extension on the 10,000 right here. If we close above that, I'm adding more. Oh gosh, Tradeivate, unbelievable. Have some quesadilla. That'll ease my Tradeivate pains. I kind of forgot to take that on Top Step, to be honest. I wish I would have. It's hard to manage so many things. But that's okay. There'll be more. But yeah, I wish I was in on my XFAs. Yeah. Yeah, it's a learning curve for sure, Ralph. I've got to definitely manage it better by keeping an eye on this Tradeivate. And then on this one, I was so focused on the trade itself and figuring that out that I forgot that my XFAs are right here and I should have gone in Right now, those would be up like 1,000 a piece. See where this closes. I mean, target number one would be, I don't know, somewhere around 280. But really, I mean, this thing could go all the way back up to 320. So I kind of want to hold until the lower time period tells me not to. Well, you'll get there, Ralph. You're finding your way, you know? Takes time. I'm just going to work on getting comfortable, like watching and holding. I wish I was in on my XFAs right now, but it is what it is. I was surprised the market got hit as much as it did yesterday just because of that, you know, that judge thing. I mean, to me, it didn't change much. So I wouldn't at all be surprised to see the Nasdaq get back up to unchanged on the day. That wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if we're going to get there. I don't know if the road will be smooth or bumpy, but it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, trade debate, man. All right. At least we're long the Nasdaq from a very good spot. Right there. Two contracts on 5 accounts. Looking to add a third. I'm going to close them right there, Ralph. And if it dips, I'm going to re-enter. And the reason I'm closing is because we didn't, it might be a mistake, but we didn't clear that extension. I just kind of feel like it should be strong enough to clear the extension. So I'm just trying to monitor. Could be a mistake. I could be closing early. I can tell you what, if it does come back down, I'm getting back in. Certainly back down into 220. Even down here into the... I'll take one there. Oh, I just got in. I got in on the one right there before it took off. Oh my God. That was hysterical. I was like, I'll get in right there. Boom. Sorry if you didn't get that, Ralph. That was incredible. That's got to be a tweet or something. Anyways, I'm long. That was really funny. Yeah, a little bit. It's true. See if you can run. I'm in from 30. I'm holding. Still holding. Somebody must have tweeted something. I'm going to try and hold for like 320 at least. I'll add as well. Fuck it. Not here, but you know, if we get a pullback, I'll hold for 320. I mean, the daily delta is still very negative, so that could be a lot of shorts that need to cover. I'm still holding. I'm holding for 320 at least. If we pull back down to 60, I'll add another one. Below 60, better. See, we're going higher on not, it's not even a super aggressive delta hitting the offers. That tells you it stops. So the shorts are getting squeezed along with the negative delta of the day. Trying. I mean, if we get to 300, that's at least 103 points from my original entry at 97. I'm going to take it off there at 87. That's 90 points. I think it's going to go higher, but I just want to see if I can re-enter down here. Maybe not. So yeah, I mean, what's cool about that is that even with TradingView fucking me in the ass on that Russell, just because of their freaking lack of brackets, I'm still up 1624 per account, which is good. But without that Russell TradingView issue, you know, it'd be at plus 650 more. Anyways, it is what it is. There are no victims in trading, but TradingView sucks. I wish I'd remember to get in my Top Step XFAs. Because, you know, Top Step XFAs, that's more real money. These I got to get a lot higher. Well, if we get a pullback into a pocket, how long again? No, what's Trader Sync? I don't know, Ralph. Is that where I can connect everything? Wow. That'd be cool. I gotta look into that. Good idea. Thanks. There we go. Okay, cool. I guess I could have kept holding. I don't have any signs yet to get out. So it's kind of like we rarely go 100 points without a pullback. So I was like, I still want to get back in on this trade. It just kind of made sense to me to, if we get a pullback, I'll re-enter because to me it's the same trade. Okay, thanks, Ralph. I'll check that out. So that was a good 100-pointer almost on the Nasdaq that we got. See, the patience paid off. I'm going to come back to the Nasdaq. I'm waiting to re-enter down here, middle of the envelope. Look at all this. Oh, there goes my mic. There goes my mic. Look at all this. This is what we want. Extension, trend DML, middle of the envelope, reaction support. If we get down there, I'm going again. Nice, buddy. That's great. So that was a nice little chunk of change, right? Okay, good. Next time add 5. Just kidding. Yeah, well, that's what we're going to work on. Just trying to manage intelligently. I mean, if it pulls back, I got to get my XFAs ready too, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't mind giving back the profit on the Tradeifys because it's kind of the same trade that I would have just left open. But on the XFAs, I didn't have the advantage of getting in from that good level. I guess I could, I don't know. I'll bring up Nasdaq on my XFAs. Crazy. It's the Friday squeeze. See what else we got cooking while we wait for this pullback. Oh yeah, look, ES is almost back to unchanged. NQ's probably got room to grow. Dow's back. I'm just waiting for a little bit. So gold not doing much. Silver, that's kind of the reversal there, but I'll stick with Nasdaq right now. We got some juice. See if we get a pullback. I guess what I've got to do is have my trade of 8 and my top steps kind of up side by side so I can quickly go bang bang. That's what I got to do. Just kind of getting the setup right, but that's definitely on those XFAs. That's for sure. I mean, I got to not miss that again, but there'll be plenty of good opportunities, but we nailed that entry right there perfectly, Ralph. 21,997. I mean, that's beautiful. All right, still got about 4,500 left till this closes. I'm still looking to re-enter long on the Tradeifys. Maybe get in on the XFAs. Yep, that was it. Great. I don't know about a higher time period, but certainly some day traders are stuck. That's what the footprint says. You mean no change on the day? Yeah, then that's kind of my target up there if we can get back there. So I'm kind of hoping this can keep rallying back to unchanged. So I'll look to maybe not maybe, I'll buy a dip here. Especially if we get it like a pullback into a pocket here. That would look just like that weekly pullback where you're flying up, pull back there, and then bang, explodes. Because now we're with the energy. I mean, sure, could this be the end of the ride? I mean, it could be. You got to be careful because we've had a nice run. Don't want to give stuff back, but still got to be aggressive. But we have had 100 points out of it, which is nice. We'll see. Russell's just hanging out now. The Dow kind of got back to unchanged. Nasdaq's not near unchanged. ES is higher. I mean, I think Nasdaq's got room to run, especially if we get a nice pullback here. The risk is super low because I would only risk like 20 points. And if it gets taken out, whatever. But if you get in and it gets gobbled up, I probably won't trade my XFA today anyways, just because it's the first day. They just took the money out. Like, I don't want, like, I traded if I lost and then, so it's better. Like, I kind of like, before I start trading those XFAs, I like to get the money into my bank account, because to me, then that's like, I got the cash and then I can, so I'll just do that because that is the prudent thing to do. But that, I mean, the fact that I got in right on that dip was funny. And that was a good spot, because when we're trending according to the VolPro Edge playbook, if you're in a strong trend, a strong trend, there's your core DML and your true average and your trend DML right at the envelope top. That is where you want to get in. A grinding trend, get back in at the middle of the envelope, right? So right now, this is where we got all those DMLs if we get back there. Yeah, it really does. I think I ate the tortilla, the quesadilla, and the chips too fast. Or maybe I ate too much because I, hadn't eaten for like 18 hours. Maybe it was too much. A little bit of stomach ache, but it'll be fine. I never get stomach aches. Let's hope this thing can, even if we close here, I'm going to get long at these true averages and look for a push up here. I will let you know. And this is a bit more risky, Ralph. The safer place was where we got in down there. So this is, do what you got to do. I don't want you, you got some nice profits. And if it's a big day for you compared to how you've been trading, you can lock them in. It's already getting toward power hour, which I don't normally like trading anyways. But if we get a pullback here, I'm pretty sure we're going to 320, because that's where the daily true average is, right there. So you can see the live true average here on the higher time period is 72. That's right there. And then that. So like 75 I could try to get long at. I mean, it may not even get there. Maybe even 80. But I'm going to wait and see. I want to see where this closes. Still got 500 contracts to go till this closes. But that could be a good spot to get in at. Like, I'll put an order at like 73. Stop at 53. God willing, I don't forget my freaking order again on TradingView. Oh. No brackets for copy trading. It's amazing. So I get an order at 73 with a stop at 53. I mean, this should be, if this is correct, it should be strong enough to hold all that right there. And if it dips down here and takes me out, then it's not as strong as I thought. So I'm trying to get long here. I'll move it down to 71. The only thing I don't like is that we kind of closed under that true average there. That's not ideal. So I think I'm going to put my order, I'm going to cancel those orders. It could just punch up from here for sure. I wouldn't be surprised, but I mean, I would have liked it to close higher than the true average. So now I'll be looking to get long probably down here, 53. So I'll put an order at 53 with a stop at 33. But a nice move nonetheless, huh, Ralph? We waited all day. Imagine, see, we do that every day. We just wait. It's like boom, you know? Not going to be like that every time, but when we're patient, we have good odds. And we added, so like on that one, on that Nasdaq trade, I made $2,200 on each one of my Tradeify accounts. So imagine when I start the Nasdaq with a one contract position and my stop is like 20 points, that's a $400 loss, right? So imagine I take a loss for 400 bucks. Well, it doesn't matter if when you're right, you're really right, it runs, you hold and you add, right? Oh yeah. You'll get there, buddy. Well, look, I wish I would have taken them on my XFAs, but on second thought, it's kind of good to let the money hit my bank account, to be honest. Even though I would have made some nice money on those XFAs today, I can as well just get pissed off by the Trade-of-8 platform. I have to, it's not really, I don't, I kind of like having different platforms, to be honest. I don't really want to sync up all of them, but I want fucking brackets when I'm copy trading on Tradeify. It's just insane that there are no brackets. My order's there, so let's see what happens. This move might be long in the tooth here. I just, based on the strength of that trend, we've still got plenty of time on this here. I could wait for the close of this, but I think this is going to be one of those that punches down and gets gobbled back up and then goes. I could be wrong. We'll see. ES kind of relaxing a little bit, but Dow's unchanged. I mean, the Russell's almost back to unchanged. Nasdaq's just not even close yet. So I just think the Nasdaq should have some legs. Yeah, my order's at whatever I said it was at, 53. If anything, at least we read the sign correctly. You see all that buying come in right there at the middle of the envelope. That might be it. That might be all she wrote, but I'm still holding out for 53. But at least we read that we were underneath the true average in the envelope top oncoming, right? And DML's above us. See, it really is, you know, a pretty straightforward approach. It's just then it's about screen time and speeding up your processing. So you know, it's like a language. In the beginning, you got to think to speak, right? And then eventually you just speak. You don't have to think. VolPro Edge is like that, and that will take some time. See what happens. This is kind of like if it fills me and then pops back up to 65 or 6, then I just move the stop to break even because it should be one of those that doesn't come back. Yeah, exactly. When they're above like that, you got to watch out. And even if this closes, if I don't get filled and this closes like right there in a pocket, I'm buying it. So far, you see all that buying coming in right at the middle of the envelope. It might be it. Might not go lower than that. I'll hold out for now. My order along is still 53. Stop at 33. Just got to run to the restroom real quick, Ralph. Orders in. All right, I'm back, but we're still not filled on my order. See where this closes. Take my plate to the kitchen. I don't like having dirty plates in here. All right. Nice little 100-point move on the Nasdaq. Nailed the entry. I mean, that was just beautiful. My order so I got filled right there. Got out right there on a couple of contracts, 5 Tradify accounts. And then when I got out there, just trying, at first I was like, I'll set the order here, which obviously now would have been the smart call. But then I thought, you know what, maybe it wants to come down here. So I set it at 53. It just didn't come back down there. But you see, Ralph, how we're on the right side of the market, you know, no matter which market it is, because VolPro Edge is just like a template you can stamp on each market. And, you know, there are still the nuances and entries, and you got to figure all that stuff out. But being on the right side of the market helps, and having a logical system to trade helps, right? So, I mean, just imagine how lost you felt with candlesticks. I mean, it's been forever since I ever started a candlestick chart, but now whenever I see one, I'm like, wow, I don't know how that makes any sense. This to me makes so much sense. So I'll cancel that order so I don't forget it because of trade evade. Oh yeah, I'd lose them because they can put things in your mind like, oh, there's, you know, the old. I even don't like looking at them because like, oh, there's a doji or you know whatever. Like I don't even like looking at them. Just focus on this. 700 contracts. I'm probably gonna stop soon. You know, I've been streaming now for 6 hours. No, 5 hours. I can't. No, 6 hours. Exactly. 6 hours. More than 6 hours. So ES, beautiful. I mean, look, that was the trade right there. I'm not going to think about the fact that I'm going to wait for the money to get pulled out of my XFAs, you know, to get the payment. So I'll just trade those when that happens. I'm not going to think about trade of 8 taking $1,000 away from me, 1,100 over the last 2 days on orders that I forgot to cancel because they don't have bracket orders. I'm just going to put that out of my mind. I'm just going to focus on today. Was a beautiful, beautiful day. Okay, there's still a lot of support here. I mean, if they try to drive it down here one more time, I'm going to have to get long. So let's see. Basically right there, down into this 67. I don't think it'll get there, but I'll put an order at 67. But it was a great, great read on the Nasdaq on that reversal. And copper, you know, look, could have been a huge day for us. I think a lot of days will be, knock on wood, because copper earlier in the day was a fantastic short. Ultra bonds, you know, read that like a book. Hogs worked out. So, I mean, you see, when we're patient and we're using things like this, I hope you get a lot of confidence, Ralph. I'm really excited about it. Well, look, I've had quite a day. I'm really happy with the results, and I'm just going to cancel all orders. Yeah, that was right there. You could see that. Plus, it was closing back above right there. The daily extension coming back into range like that, closing above the oncoming, and you've got all these DMLs stacked right here. This is the one. And you know how I learned that? Through lots and lots of pain of always trying to short that pullback. Right? So yeah, nice trading with you too, Ralph. I will catch you guys this weekend. We'll probably do our founders next weekend. I'm tired. We can wait a week. It's not a big deal. The levels are huge. Yeah, snapshot that. If you want, you can post it in the VolPro Edge Wins strategy channel. You can post a screenshot like we nailed that buy right there. If you have time, don't worry about it. I'm just tired. I don't have too much time right now. Cool, man. I appreciate that. So that's it, you guys. I appreciate Ralph, you being here, everybody else, whoever else is here. So happy you guys are around. And, you know, if you haven't done VolPro Edge, go do it. You get a week for free. You get to see how all this is taught in the course and all that. And if it's not for you, then don't do it. But it's pretty amazing. I know I'm biased, but, you know, I love it. Oh, Zest, you're here. Hey, thanks. Did you take a break earlier, Zest? I saw your comment that you found the channel through the feeder cattle, which I thought was awesome. That's cool. Yeah, it's fun following all these markets. Yeah, you too. Take care, you guys. Okay, nice, cool. All right, have a nice weekend, everybody, wherever you all are at. I will post the week ahead analysis on Sunday for everybody, and we'll get ready for Monday, and I'll be back here streaming on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And we will continue to do exactly this every day, which I'm excited about. So take care, you guys. Have a good weekend. Thanks for being here.